The ocean has always been a place of wonder and beauty, but also of silence and secrecy. It's where sunlight fades into the unknown, where the maps grow blank, and where the rules of the surface world begin to dissolve. Some parts of the ocean are so remote, so dangerous, or so tightly restricted that few have ever dared to go near them. These are not ordinary regions. These are forbidden zones, marked by mystery, guarded by nature or by man, and cloaked in rumors of what lies beneath. Some are areas sealed off by governments or militaries, hidden from the public eye. Others are dangerous stretches of sea, where ships vanish, where instruments fail, and where strange signals echo from the depths. And then there are places no one ever meant to discover. Hidden trenches, sunken civilizations, underwater ridges that pulse with unexplained energy. This is a journey through those places the ocean keeps to itself. If this helps your mind settle, just know we'll always be here. Subscribe. Our first destination begins with silence, not just the absence of sound, but the silence of omission, the kind that hides something behind a wall of nothingness. It's a region of the South Pacific Ocean, where on paper almost nothing happens. A vast stretch between South America and New Zealand. No shipping routes, no flight paths, no islands, no military presence, just open sea. But when satellites began mapping the Earth in full, they noticed something strange about this zone, something missing. It's called Point Nemo, the most remote location in the world. Point Nemo sits over 1,400 nautical miles from the nearest inhabited landmass. If you were to stand at the center of it, though you'd need a boat and weeks of supplies, you would be closer to the astronauts orbiting Earth aboard the International Space Station than to any human being on land. It's a place of profound isolation, a true oceanic desert. But it's not the distance that makes Point Nemo mysterious. It's what's been placed there, and what has disappeared. Since the 1970s, Point Nemo has served as what space agencies call a spacecraft cemetery. Because of its extreme remoteness, it's where decommissioned satellites, space stations, and modules are deliberately brought down to Earth. Hundreds of tons of metal have crashed into this stretch of ocean. Soviet spacecraft, American modules, European hardware, each guided toward the coordinates, falling from the sky like forgotten gods. The Mir space station was buried here in 2001, its massive structure breaking apart in the sky before disappearing into the sea. China's Tiangong-1 station followed in 2018. But here's the strange part. Despite all that debris, all that metal and wreckage, very little has ever been recovered from the bottom of Point Nemo, and sonar scans have revealed no significant buildup on the seafloor. The ocean here is deep, yes, up to 4 kilometers in places, but not so deep as to swallow massive satellites without a trace. So where did they go? Some believe the wreckage lies scattered in a wide radius, hidden beneath sediment. Others suggest ocean currents carried the debris farther than expected. But a more unsettling theory has begun to take root in fringe scientific circles. That something is there, something that absorbs or hides the wreckage, something that watches. In 1997, a deep-sea hydrophone recorded one of the loudest unexplained underwater sounds ever captured. It originated less than 2,000 kilometers from Point Nemo. The sound, nicknamed the bloop, was loud enough to be heard over 5,000 kilometers away. It resembled the frequency of a biological organism, meaning it could have been made by something alive. But there is no known marine creature large enough to produce such a sound. It came, rose, and faded, and has never been recorded again. When researchers backtraced its location, they found it came from near the very place where so many satellites have been sent to die, a place where nothing should live, and yet, something did. Maybe something ancient, maybe something waiting. Some even wonder whether the wreckage, satellites, metal, data, has not vanished, but been taken. Point Nemo is surrounded by myth. The name itself is no accident. Nemo means no one in Latin. It is also the name of the captain from Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, a man who roamed the oceans in secret, beneath the waves, in a ship that moved silently through the abyss. Some say Verne predicted Point Nemo before it was named. Others say it was chosen in tribute. Either way, the result is the same, a name that means no one, a place made for no one, and yet, it's full of echoes. Ships avoid the region, not by rule but by habit. There's nothing to see, nothing to sell. No trade, no shelter, no ports. The ocean here feels different. The currents are strange. Migratory patterns bend around the region, as if animals sense something humans can't. Whales avoid it. Birds don't pass overhead. Even weather systems curve away, leaving a pocket of unnatural calm. But that calm feels artificial. NASA and other agencies continue to use it as a crash zone, and more objects are planned to fall here in the coming years, including parts of the International Space Station. When it is decommissioned, one day, more than 100 spacecraft will lie somewhere beneath that sea. If they are still there at all, divers have never reached the true seafloor of Point Nemo, not with manned missions, not even with submersibles. The cost, the risk, the pointlessness, they say it's not worth the effort. But a few private expeditions have tried. One sent a deep-sea drone in 2015. It lost contact 3 hours into the dive. Another expedition, unnamed, reportedly recorded anomalous magnetic readings before abandoning the mission. Officially, they found nothing. Unofficially, some claim the drone returned with corrupted footage and melted sensors. The pressure shouldn't have been enough to damage it. The temperature was fine, but something interfered. Something they couldn't explain. So Point Nemo remains forbidden, not by law but by nature, or something deeper than nature. Something that watches the satellites fall, listens to the sonar pulses, and waits beneath the silence. In the maps, it's marked only by coordinates. No warnings, no notes. But if you drift into that region, with no land in sight, no planes above, and no signals reaching you, you might feel it, the weight of something vast, hidden just beneath your boat. Not a presence, not a shape, just an awareness. As if the ocean there remembers what has fallen, and never lets it go. Part 2. The Red Sea Rift. Where the ocean tears itself apart. The ocean often seems like a passive force, a vast, still canvas of blue. But beneath the waves, the earth is always shifting. There are places where the ocean doesn't simply sit on top of the land, it splits it apart. Beneath the surface, massive geological scars run for thousands of miles, silently pulling the planet in opposite directions. One of the most dramatic and least understood of these hidden frontiers lies deep within the Red Sea, stretching between the Arabian Peninsula and northeastern Africa. The Red Sea is more than just a narrow channel of water, it's a boundary, a place where tectonic forces are not just grinding past each other, but tearing away. This is the Red Sea Rift, an underwater chasm that grows wider every year, inch by inch, quietly splitting two massive pieces of the Earth's crust. It is one of the youngest oceanic rifts on the planet, and yet in the dark below, something far older is happening. Something strange, and perhaps forbidden. To understand the mystery of the Red Sea Rift, you have to picture the seafloor as a wound. It stretches over 1,400 miles in a near-perfect line from the Gulf of Suez to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Along that wound, magma pushes upward from the Earth's mantle, forcing the Arabian and African tectonic plates apart. It's a natural process, but it's happening faster here than almost anywhere else. Some scientists believe the Red Sea is slowly becoming a new ocean basin. In a few million years, they say, it will split the continent entirely. But here's where it becomes strange. In 2020, researchers monitoring the seafloor in the southern Red Sea recorded a massive underwater eruption. It came without warning. Sensors placed on the seabed suddenly detected sharp tremors and spikes in thermal activity. When satellites passed over the region days later, they observed something even more surprising: new land. A volcanic island had risen from the sea, almost overnight. It was barren, steaming, freshly formed from cooled lava. But that was only the beginning. Soon after, robotic submersibles began to explore the rift. What they found below the eruption site wasn't just magma, it was geometry. Perfectly hexagonal formations of basalt columns, rising like pillars from the deep. These were similar in shape to the famous Giant's Causeway in Ireland or the Devil's Postpile in California. But these formations were deeper, larger, and stranger. Some seemed almost arranged. Not placed by human hands, but guided by something, some force, into a symmetrical cathedral of stone. These volcanic pillars weren't the only anomaly. Deep within the rift, hydrothermal vents were discovered, spewing superheated water rich in minerals. Around them, colonies of life clustered in impossible abundance, tube worms, shrimp, and bacteria that survived not on sunlight, but on the chemical heat of the Earth itself. These black smokers, as they're called, have existed in other oceans. But the ones in the Red Sea Rift behaved differently. The water around these vents was unusually dense and viscous, with a strange shimmer that distorted light. Instruments dropped into the vent fields began to fail, cameras glitched, lenses fogged, drones returned with distorted footage, some showing flickering shapes just outside the frame, like shadows moving underwater but never fully seen. And then came the signal. In 2021, a group of marine geologists studying the rift's edge picked up a pulsing rhythmic frequency. It echoed in the low band of the audio spectrum, barely audible but persistent. The pattern repeated every 27 minutes, a long series of pulses followed by silence. The signal did not originate from the Earth's crust. It wasn't seismic, and it didn't resemble any known marine life call or machine pattern. It came from the rift. The team logged the recordings and moved on. But a few months later, a separate expedition, unaware of the previous discovery, detected the same signal. This time, closer to the southern mouth of the Red Sea. The pulses had shifted. Now they came every 24 minutes. Shorter, closer, more frequent. And then they stopped. Some suggest it's just tectonic movement, rocks grinding or magma shifting. Others believe it could be a new kind of underwater resonance, amplified by the narrow geometry of the Red Sea. But among the divers and researchers who've visited the region, a quieter theory circulates. That the Red Sea Rift isn't just a crack in the earth. It's a door, a place where something ancient is waking up, or perhaps something that never slept. The Arabian myths speak of the Ifrit beings of fire, bound deep beneath the earth, sealed below the sea. The Book of Jubilees, a forgotten scripture, references the cleft in the waters of the east, where the earth was broken for the sake of judgment. Even the Quran describes a barrier between two seas, a mystical boundary where the waters do not mix, hinting at a forbidden convergence. And here's where myth meets science. The Red Sea Rift is flanked by two chemically distinct bodies of water, the salty Mediterranean and the nutrient-rich Indian Ocean currents. Where they meet, the waters behave strangely. At certain depths, they don't mix. Layers remain isolated, suspended above one another, like oil and water. This rare phenomenon, called meromixis, creates invisible walls beneath the sea. Some layers are dense, briny, and toxic. Others are teeming with life. But in between are transition zones, thin, silent barriers where physics begins to fail. One such layer was sampled in 2019. What came back was wrong. The water was saturated with heavy metals far beyond expected levels. Uranium, manganese, mercury, all without any clear volcanic source. Worse, the microbial life within the sample showed genetic markers not found in any known Earth species. Alien, not in the science fiction sense, but in the biological sense. Life that doesn't follow the rules of surface evolution. If such organisms exist here, it means one of two things. Either life began in places like this, deep in the poisonous cracks of the planet, or it arrived here, brought in, trapped, or hidden. The Red Sea Rift is not closed to the public, but much of it remains uncharted. Naval authorities from Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Eritrea patrol the waters for reasons they rarely explain. Fishing vessels report GPS failures near the rift's southern reaches. Submersibles are discouraged from going too deep. The official explanation is safety, but some believe it's containment. So the rift continues to grow, silently widening the wound in the earth, 1 inch at a time, 1 mile every 1,000 years. But in the stillness of that scar, beneath the water and beneath the rock, something may already be listening. Maybe it always was. And every 24 minutes, it remembers. Part 3. The zone of silence beneath the Weddell Sea, in the farthest reaches of the Southern Ocean, where even satellites struggle to see through the perpetual cloud cover and drifting ice. There is a stretch of sea so quiet, so remote, that scientists once believed it was simply empty. But what lay hidden beneath the Weddell Sea was not emptiness. It was a silence so deep, so absolute, that it began to raise questions. Not just about what the sea was hiding, but whether that silence itself was the clue. The Weddell Sea lies to the east of the Antarctic Peninsula, wrapped in a circle of dense pack ice and roaring winds. It is one of the most isolated and least explored oceanic zones on Earth. During most of the year, Its surface is covered in shifting flows and massive tabular icebergs that calve off from Antarctica's Larsen ice shelf. Beneath this frozen skin, the ocean falls into deep abyssal plains, flat stretches of seafloor that seem featureless at first glance, but which hold some of the coldest, most stable, and most secretive waters in the world. And it is here in these depths that something strange happens. Sonar mapping is the first tool scientists use when studying the ocean floor. But in the Weddell Sea, sonar behaves differently. In the early 2000s, a German research vessel attempted to chart a stretch of seafloor near the Filchner ice shelf. They launched autonomous underwater vehicles, designed to map the terrain using multi-beam echo sounders. But when the data returned, the readouts weren't just incomplete, they were blank. Not like a technical failure, not scrambled, just silent. A clean void, as if the sonar pulses had vanished mid-transmission, never bouncing back. Curious, they repeated the scans. They moved the ship, adjusted frequencies, changed equipment. But again, the sound disappeared in that same stretch, roughly 17 nautical miles wide and 5 miles deep. When they finally recovered one of the underwater drones, it showed no mechanical issues, but its audio recorders had stopped capturing anything the moment it crossed into the anomaly. Not static, not distortion, just nothing. Scientists called it the zone of silence. At first, they suspected undersea topography, perhaps a steep trench or dense sediment that absorbed the sound, but bathymetric models didn't explain it. Others wondered if there was some kind of geothermal vent, a heat bloom warping the sonar, but no temperature anomalies were detected. The water was still, the pressure stable, the currents were average, but the silence remained. Then came the whale study. In 2013, marine biologists tracking the migratory patterns of blue whales and fin whales noticed something odd. Satellite-tagged whales, which typically moved in wide, circular loops across the Southern Ocean, consistently avoided this one region of the Weddell Sea. Every time one approached the perimeter of the zone of silence, it would shift course, not abruptly, but as if discouraged, nudged away by something unseen. Whales, especially blues, communicate across hundreds of miles using deep, low-frequency calls. The Weddell Sea's acoustic properties should have made it ideal for such signals to travel, but hydrophone arrays placed near the zone picked up a pattern. Whale songs would drift in from far away, but then abruptly stop, not fade, not distort, they would just end. As if entering the zone muted them. It was a strange idea, an oceanic region that eats sound, not disturbs it, not scatters it, silences it. And that idea began to catch the attention of a different kind of researcher. In 2015, a classified NATO maritime exercise involved deploying a new generation of deep-sea surveillance devices meant to detect unauthorized submarine traffic beneath polar regions. Several of these devices were placed around the perimeter of the Weddell Sea for testing, but 2 units stationed near the zone of silence failed to report back after deployment. Their final pings were logged at 2:47 a.m., both cut off within 30 seconds of one another, despite being separated by over 12 nautical miles. When remotely operated vehicles were sent to recover them, they found no debris, no wreckage, no signs of malfunction, only open ocean, empty seafloor, and a wall of absolute quiet. The devices were never found. In 2016, a Russian oceanographic team attempted a covert survey of the area. They were reportedly researching thermocline anomalies, but their equipment logs showed a different focus, sub-bottom profiling, a method used to detect objects buried beneath the seabed. Days into their mission, the vessel reported mechanical issues and abruptly returned to port. But a leak from one of the scientists later revealed something unnerving. According to their deep profile scans, there appeared to be a symmetrical structure buried 80 meters beneath the sediment within the zone. Not a rock, not a shipwreck, a dome. The structure was smooth and curved, too perfect to be natural. It spanned nearly 600 feet across and emitted a faint magnetic field. When the team attempted to initiate a sonar scan directly over it, the equipment failed. Not just the sonar, but other instruments, gyroscopes, altimeters, water samplers, all began to behave erratically. Some of the digital logs captured repeated anomalies in the time code itself, as if the internal clocks had desynced. The logs jumped ahead, froze, repeated, as if time itself were slipping. The team retreated, and their findings were sealed. None of this appears in official records, of course. The Weddell Sea is a protected area under the Antarctic Treaty. Research is monitored, environmental impact is tightly controlled. But stories began to spread in private circles. Stories of strange compasses, equipment that refused to function, divers who reported nausea or migraines after passing near the region, submariners who swore they heard nothing. Not the hum of the ship, not the currents, not even their own breath. Just the sensation of being watched by something invisible, something old. The native legends of Antarctica are few people ever lived here long enough to build stories. But the Yamana people of Tierra del Fuego, who sailed the sub-Antarctic waters for generations, spoke of the White Void, a place where spirits slept beneath the ice and the sky never spoke, where birds stopped calling and seals would not swim. No one knew if it was real, until now. So what is the zone of silence? A geological fluke, a concentration of deep sediment that perfectly muffles sound, a dense brine pocket warped by magnetic interference, or something older? Something buried beneath the ice, beneath the sediment, beneath the memory of humankind. Whatever it is, the Weddell Sea does not give up its secrets easily. It remains shrouded in darkness and cold, wrapped in a silence that is not natural, but imposed. And beneath its frozen lid, something waits, not sleeping, not dead, just listening. Part 4. The Drowned Observatory of Point Nemo. There is a place in the Pacific Ocean where no human lives, no island rests, and no ship lingers for long. It is the farthest point on Earth from any land, known officially as the oceanic pole of inaccessibility. Sailors call it Point Nemo, after Jules Verne's elusive captain. Surrounded by over 1,000 miles of water in every direction, it is as close to being alone on Earth as one can get. But Point Nemo is more than just remote. It is in every sense forbidden. It began as a curiosity of geography, located at 48 degrees 52.6 minutes south and 123 degrees 23.6 minutes west. Point Nemo is so far from land that the closest humans are often the astronauts orbiting aboard the International Space Station. There are no islands nearby, no shipping lanes, no currents that bring nutrients from shore. The waters here are sterile, almost lifeless. Phytoplankton numbers are astonishingly low. Fish avoid the region. Even seabirds rarely pass overhead. It is as if the ocean itself forgets this place exists, and yet something lies beneath it. In 1997, a massive underwater sound shook the senses of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. The noise, detected by multiple hydrophones thousands of kilometers apart, rose rapidly in frequency and volume before vanishing. It was unlike any seismic or volcanic activity previously recorded. The NOAA named it the bloop, and when the source of the sound was triangulated, it pointed to one location, Point Nemo. Scientists at the time suggested it could have been ice carving from a glacier or the echo of a collapsing sea mountain. But that explanation never truly satisfied anyone. The frequency was organic, and no creature that large, none known to science, could exist, let alone make such a sound in waters so devoid of life. But still, the mystery was quietly shelved, until 2015, when a private deep-sea research company known as OceanX was granted a permit to explore a trench near Point Nemo. Their expedition, kept largely secret, used a manned submersible equipped with high-resolution imaging and autonomous drone support. The goal, officially, was to test deep-sea robotics under extreme isolation. But internal documents leaked years later told a different story. They were investigating something ancient. In the days leading up to the descent, OceanX recorded a string of anomalies. Low-frequency vibrations echoed through the hull of their research vessel during the night, though no seismic activity was detected nearby. The ship's magnetic sensors fluctuated without cause, and once they crossed the 1,000-meter mark, their sonar began to behave erratically, echoes returning out of phase or not at all. Then came the dive. 2 pilots descended in the submersible, guided by a drone that moved ahead of them like a scout. At 3,200 meters, the trench widened, and in that silence something emerged from the dark. At first it seemed like a rock outcropping, a jagged ridge rising from the abyss, but the edges were too clean, the shape too deliberate. 4 vertical pylons, each spaced evenly apart, with narrow slits running down their lengths. Between them stood a dome, not unlike an observatory, except half buried in sediment and covered in a faint layer of calcified growth. Its surface was etched with lines, grooves and concentric circles that pulsed under the submersible's light like ancient circuitry. The pilots stopped. The drone's feed, transmitted to the surface, began to stutter, and then the lights flickered, not just inside the submersible, but on the dome itself. Tiny flickering pulses, like the last breath of something long dormant. The water shimmered faintly around it, not from bioluminescence, but from something else, distortion. The light bent, shadows moved the wrong way, and just as quickly as it started, it ended. The pilots surfaced, visibly shaken. When asked what they saw, one simply said, "It was watching." Within 48 hours, the expedition was called off. The ship left without explanation. All equipment, including sonar logs and submersible footage, was confiscated. No further dives were attempted. The area has since been quietly flagged as restricted, though no official statement has ever been made. But something about that location kept drawing attention. In 2017, a Russian military satellite tasked with tracking submarine movement in the South Pacific reported a strange blip near Point Nemo. It wasn't a submarine. It was something bigger. Much bigger. For 11 seconds, a heat signature the size of a cruise ship registered 4,000 meters below the surface, and then it vanished. No ship nearby, no aircraft overhead, just empty ocean. Silent, as always. And still the whispers continue. Old sailors speak of that region as cursed. Stories from Chilean fishermen describe bizarre fog banks that never move, of compass needles spinning freely, of radios going dead. And once, in 1989, a lifeboat was found adrift near that stretch of sea, empty, weathered, with no name. But inside, dry and pristine, was a journal. Pages covered in strange glyphs, none matching any known language, all drawn in a shaky, repetitive hand. The last page simply read, "It sees." So what is Point Nemo really? A graveyard of satellites, some say, the final resting place of space debris. But that's just in the sky. Beneath the waves, something else waits. The structure the pilots found doesn't match any known civilization. No era, no cultural signature. The ocean should have buried it eons ago. And yet it still stands, watching, waiting, guarding a silence that spans miles. Perhaps it was built as an observatory, but not for the stars. Perhaps it watches us, from the deepest, loneliest corner of the ocean, where no ships pass and no life dares linger. Point Nemo remains a forbidden zone, a scar on the face of the sea, where sound once blooped and then never again, where light bends and time forgets, where silence isn't peace, it's presence. Part 5. The Phantom Labyrinth of the Baltic Anomaly. In the summer of 2011, a team of Swedish treasure hunters aboard the Ocean X research vessel was scanning the floor of the Baltic Sea between Sweden and Finland, hoping to find shipwrecks containing valuable cargo. Their sonar sweep was routine, a slow arc across a portion of seafloor nearly devoid of interest. But what they found beneath the surface was anything but ordinary. The object they captured on sonar was massive, nearly 200 feet across, perfectly circular, and sitting at the bottom of the sea like a buried spacecraft. It would become known as the Baltic Sea anomaly. At first glance, it resembled a flying saucer, a circular dome with defined edges, rising from the seafloor, connected to a long trail that looked disturbingly like a skid mark, implying movement before coming to rest. The image went viral online, sparking a storm of speculation. Was it a sunken World War II structure, a Nazi experiment gone wrong, or something older, something not of this earth? Ocean X decided to investigate directly. On their second dive, the team brought high-definition cameras, sediment samplers, and electromagnetic sensors. What they reported was strange. The object wasn't just unusual in shape, it interfered with their electronics. Cameras failed, satellite phones cut out. Their ship's magnetometer went haywire, even compasses spun slowly, unable to settle on north. As they descended, the anomaly began to reveal itself. It wasn't smooth like metal but rough and grooved, almost like scorched stone. Divers claimed the surface bore patterns, repeating lines, symmetrical grooves, and deep vertical ridges. Some even said it felt warm to the touch, though the surrounding water was just above freezing. When samples were brought to the surface, they appeared to contain rare minerals, some not typically found in the Baltic seabed. But the most unnerving feature was what lay beneath it. A diver exploring the base of the object discovered a strange gap, like an entrance, framed by two vertical supports. Inside, a narrow passageway curved downward into the rock. Light couldn't penetrate far, but the diver claimed to see chambers, small alcoves carved into the stone, with geometric precision. No marine life ventured near, no barnacles, no fish, just silence, and cold. After surfacing, he described it not as a ruin or wreck, but as a labyrinth. A carved sunken temple. The next dive ended prematurely. Equipment failed. The submersible pilot experienced sudden nausea and vertigo, forcing an emergency return. Another diver reported hearing a low humming, like a mechanical drone, echoing through his helmet, though no one else could hear it. What had begun as a salvage operation was now something else entirely. The team returned to Sweden and released a few images. But behind the scenes, interest from external parties intensified. Scientists, military contacts, and shadowy organizations all began to inquire about the anomaly. Soon, OceanX communications were restricted. Their third expedition never happened. No reason was given. The area was quietly flagged as hazardous to divers, citing magnetic anomalies and unstable seafloor conditions. Years passed, but the anomaly remained on the minds of those who knew. Some researchers, poring over the sonar data, noticed something deeply strange. The shape of the anomaly mirrored ancient megalithic structures. One expert pointed out that the ridges on its surface resembled the layout of the hypogeum of Al Saflieni in Malta, an underground temple known for its sound-resonant chambers. Another noted that its dimensions were uncannily similar to the base of the Great Pyramid, down to the angular shifts between surfaces. A few even dared to suggest that it wasn't just a structure, it was a machine, dormant, broken, but not dead. In 2016, a classified report leaked online briefly before disappearing. It claimed that a NATO submarine had passed near the Baltic anomaly and lost navigation for 37 seconds. The entire vessel drifted off course, and a sudden pressure spike was recorded around the hull. When systems came back online, the sub's internal clock was off by 11 minutes. The crew didn't notice anything unusual until they resurfaced and realized they had lost more than coordinates. They had lost time. The official explanation was faulty instruments, but the report contained one note at the end, barely legible in the scan. It read, "Active magnetic discharge. Possible resonance signature, recommending long-term monitoring," and yet the anomaly remains untouched. No government claims it. No research is public, and yet its perfect symmetry, its electromagnetic interference, and its impossible geometry remain. Some say it's just a rock, glacial deposit shaped by ice. Others believe it's something ancient, a remnant of a forgotten era, something left behind by a civilization we've never known, or something that came here, not from above, but from beneath. A structure waiting to wake up. The divers who explored the labyrinth beneath described feelings they couldn't explain, like being watched, like the water had a heartbeat. One even refused to dive again. He claimed he had dreams afterward. Circular rooms, stone halls that pulsed with light. Whispers in a language he didn't know, echoing through the corridors, always ending at a single door, always locked. What lies at the heart of the Baltic anomaly may never be known. Perhaps it's an ancient temple drowned by time. Perhaps it's a vessel waiting to rise again, or perhaps it is a warning buried beneath cold water, surrounded by silence. A forbidden place that resists understanding and punishes curiosity. In the endless cold of the Baltic depths, something waits in the dark. Still, quiet, watching. The labyrinth is real, and it is not empty. Part 6. The sunken zone beneath Point Nemo. There is a place in the Pacific Ocean where no human being has ever truly belonged. It is not a place you can reach by boat and find solace, nor is it marked by islands or landmasses. In fact, it's the exact opposite. This point, known as Point Nemo, is the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, the furthest location from any land on Earth, over 1,400 nautical miles from the nearest coast in every direction. Point Nemo sits adrift in the heart of the South Pacific Gyre, a swirling ocean desert so vast and empty that even marine life avoids it. But what if the true mystery of Point Nemo isn't just its isolation, but what lies beneath? The name Nemo comes from Jules Verne's infamous captain, a man who disappeared beneath the waves, and it fits. The coordinates are like an ocean graveyard, silent, remote, and disturbingly lifeless. Unlike other parts of the sea teeming with fish, coral, and predators, the region around Point Nemo is eerily barren. The currents of the gyre, isolate it from nutrient-rich flows, making it one of the most desolate marine ecosystems on Earth. But despite, or perhaps because of, this emptiness, it has drawn the attention of scientists, conspiracy theorists, and deep-sea mystery seekers alike. It began with a sound. In 1997, the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, picked up an underwater acoustic signal from this region. The noise was powerful, so loud it was detected over 3,000 miles away by hydrophones deployed for tracking submarine activity. They named the sound the bloop. At first, scientists were baffled. The bloop was organic in nature, not mechanical or seismic, but no known animal could have produced it. If it came from a living creature, that creature would have had to be larger than a blue whale, significantly larger. Nothing in the natural world matched its acoustic footprint, and its origin. It came from just east of Point Nemo. Speculation exploded. Was there something lurking beneath the gyre, a deep-sea leviathan unknown to science? Was it an undiscovered species that had lived undetected in the abyssal plains? Or was it not biological at all? Subsequent research from NOAA would later suggest the sound came from icequakes, massive fracturing of glaciers. But critics were quick to point out that there are no glaciers anywhere near Point Nemo, no ice shelves, nothing that could produce such a sound in that region. It remains unexplained to this day. But the bloop is not the only anomaly. Point Nemo has also been the site of strange satellite behavior. On multiple occasions, satellites crossing overhead have recorded minor magnetic fluctuations in the region, brief, barely detectable disturbances in Earth's magnetic field. These have been dismissed as coincidental, blamed on solar activity or minor instrumentation errors. But the fact remains they happen here and not elsewhere in open ocean. Then there's the matter of the space graveyard. Because of its distance from human civilization, Point Nemo has been designated as Earth's official satellite re-entry zone. Decommissioned satellites, space stations, and even pieces of interplanetary probes are sent to crash in this region to minimize risk. Over 260 spacecraft have been directed to burn up and impact here, including massive pieces of MIR and other Cold War-era orbital technology. In some cases, debris the size of school buses has survived re-entry and plunged into these waters. But here's where it becomes unsettling. Not all crashes are accounted for. There have been instances, classified by various agencies, where objects re-entered and disappeared entirely. No debris, no splash, no confirmation, as if something caught them, or worse, absorbed them. Some theorists believe that something lies beneath Point Nemo, something ancient, something not of human construction. A structure, perhaps even a biomechanical one, that emits low-frequency sounds, absorbs electromagnetic waves, and perhaps even influences the flow of currents around it. There are whispers of a trench, deeper than Mariana, unmeasured and unmapped, running like a scar beneath the gyre. A few satellite images, long since deleted, allegedly showed small eddies forming into geometric shapes near its center. Triangles, hexagons, patterns too symmetrical to be natural. One oceanographer from New Zealand, who requested anonymity, claimed in a private journal that sonar pulses sent into the region were met with echoes that returned distorted, not by depth or interference, but as if the pulses were being absorbed and re-emitted, warped, as though bouncing off something that was shifting, not solid, something almost alive. Another anomaly, the lack of life itself. Marine biologists note that Point Nemo is not just nutrient poor, it's biologically empty beyond what should be expected. Plankton populations here are abnormally low, and fish avoid the region as if instinctively repelled. Migratory species skirt its boundaries like an invisible wall exists. Whales passing through often change course sharply, diving to deeper levels or abandoning the area entirely. And still, those who have ventured closest describe an unsettling feeling. One deep-sea expedition in 2015 sent a drone sub to explore the ocean floor near Point Nemo. It returned, but the video footage was corrupted, glitched with audio interference and strange flickers of what looked like light reflections in absolute darkness. There was no explanation, no malfunction was detected, and in one frame, just one, a fleeting image, what looked like a shadow against the seafloor shaped like a spiral, as if something had etched it into the silt, a signature or a mark. Whatever lies beneath Point Nemo remains out of reach. perhaps it is nothing more than the perfect accident of nature, an empty space on Earth designed to collect forgotten things. Or perhaps it is the very opposite, a place designed to be forgotten, a place that forgets us. Because in this cold, dead center of the sea, where no fish swim, where no birds fly, and where even satellites are sent to die, something is waiting, and it does not want to be found. Part 7. The Forbidden Lagoon of Palmyra, atoll far out in the Pacific. Between Hawaii and American Samoa lies a remote ring of coral and sand known as Palmyra Atoll. Technically uninhabited, unincorporated US territory, it's a speck in the ocean that most maps don't even bother to label. But Palmyra has long been more than a forgotten reef. Beneath its shimmering turquoise lagoons and whispering palms lies a history that is tangled, eerie, and forbidden in ways few places on Earth can match. From the air, Palmyra looks beautiful, almost Edenic. A turquoise ring of shallow water encircling emerald islets, surrounded by miles upon miles of empty sea. But the moment you step ashore, the feeling changes. The air grows thicker, the silence deepens, and the jungle that overtakes the small landmasses feels less like a forest and more like a cage. Visitors, few as they are, often report the same sensation, a weight pressing down, an unease that settles in the chest, as if the island itself is watching. Legally, Palmyra is closed to the public. Access requires written permission from the US Fish and Wildlife Service, and only scientific expeditions or military personnel have stepped foot there in the past few decades. But before those restrictions, during World War II, Palmyra was used as a naval base. It was chosen for its remoteness, impossible to access without deliberate effort, and its natural lagoon, which allowed for refueling and aircraft landings. The US Navy built runways, installed communication towers, and established a small but significant presence there, and then they left. Almost overnight, the base was abandoned. Materials were left behind, buildings fell into disrepair, and nature quickly reclaimed the land. But what triggered the sudden drawdown has never been fully explained. Official reports cite strategic realignment, but internal communications suggest something else. Incidents that made commanding officers uneasy, unexplained disappearances, malfunctions with equipment that could not be replicated elsewhere, strange electromagnetic interference that affected radios and compasses, soldiers who suffered vivid nightmares and hallucinations, often about drowning or being dragged underwater, and one recurring detail, a shadow that moved across the lagoon at night, long and slow, like a massive creature gliding just beneath the surface. In 1974, Palmyra became the center of a murder case, so strange it felt like fiction. A wealthy couple, Malcolm and Eleanor Graham, sailing the South Pacific aboard their yacht, the Seawind, decided to anchor near Palmyra for what was supposed to be a brief rest. What happened next has never been fully pieced together. The Seawind was found days later, abandoned and looted. Eleanor's body was never recovered. Malcolm's remains were later discovered, partially decomposed, buried in the jungle. Two drifters who had also anchored nearby were charged with the crime, but the motives never made sense. The case drew national attention, and authors including Vincent Bugliosi would later write books about it. But many believe the real story is far darker, that something about Palmyra itself changed the people who stayed there too long. That madness, or something worse, seeps out from its heart. But that story is still only the surface. Deep inside the central lagoon of Palmyra, there is a spot where no light reaches the bottom, even though the water is clear. Scientists who have mapped the lagoon with sonar describe it as unnaturally deep for an atoll. There are sudden drops, vertical shafts that fall sharply into darkness, as if the seafloor has been ripped open. Divers who've ventured down these shafts describe a kind of blackness that isn't just dark, it feels thick, heavy. Some have experienced unexpected pressure changes, despite being nowhere near the depth where that should occur. Others report losing track of time, or coming up disoriented, gasping as if they'd been far deeper than their instruments recorded. In 2001, a team conducting coral research dropped a tethered camera into one of the lagoon's deep vents. For the first 30 meters, the footage showed the expected seafloor, white sand, broken coral, darting fish. Then the signal cut to static. They retrieved the device. The casing was intact, the lens uncracked, but the memory drive had been wiped. Not corrupted, wiped, as if it had never been used. Another team reported strange readings of background radiation around the southern tip of the atoll. When compared to baseline ocean levels, there was a localized spike, concentrated in one tiny area near a submerged inlet that no fish entered. The readings weren't high enough to indicate weapons testing or any known disaster. It was just abnormal, the kind of anomaly that defies easy explanation. One sailor from a private expedition described Palmyra as a place of inverted presence. He said it felt like something was buried there, not physically, but spiritually. That every leaf on the island seemed to lean inward, like the jungle was folding into itself. He refused to sleep on the beach and instead kept watch all night, staring at the still water, swearing he heard voices beneath the surface. When asked later to explain, he could only say one thing: there's something down there that remembers. Even the birds behave differently. Seabirds are common throughout Pacific Islands, usually noisy, playful and curious. But not here. On Palmyra, they are silent. They sit still for long periods, sometimes gathering in unusual groups, watching the water, and occasionally they vanish. Flocks that are there one day are gone the next, with no sign of flight or predation, just gone. Why is Palmyra off limits? Publicly, it's to protect the fragile ecosystem. Privately, those who have worked there say it's because people start to change after a few days. They become irritable, paranoid. Some have nightmares about enormous eyes opening in the reef. Others dream of an endless mouth yawning open beneath the lagoon, made not of flesh, but of shifting coral and light. And always there's the water, still, glassy, unmoving, even when winds are strong. Some believe Palmyra was once a larger landmass that sank, partially consumed by tectonic instability or rising sea levels. But others believe it sank for a reason, that it was not destroyed by the sea, but given to it. That whatever secret it hides was meant to be kept out of reach, not forever, but for now. Because deep beneath the quiet shallows and palm-covered islets, past the abandoned barracks and decaying airstrips, and down into the central pit of the forbidden lagoon, something waits. It does not sleep. It does not rise. It simply exists, in silence, in pressure, in time. And like all things kept hidden long enough, it is beginning to remember the surface. Part 8. The phantom zone of the Devil's Sea east of the Philippines, stretching into the Pacific between Japan and the Mariana Islands, lies a patch of ocean that has been feared, avoided, and whispered about for centuries. The Japanese call it the Mano Yumi, the Sea of the Devil. To Western sailors, it's sometimes compared to the Bermuda Triangle, an eerie twin on the opposite side of the world. But unlike the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea hides its secrets deeper. Its myths are older, and the disappearances it claims are colder, quieter, and more final. On maps, it appears unremarkable. Just another stretch of water among the thousands that weave across the Pacific. But mariners and locals alike know there's something different about this zone. It begins southeast of Tokyo, and fans outward like an invisible wedge, a triangle that seems to drink ships. Within this triangle, vessels have vanished without sending distress calls. Planes have flown in and never emerged. Weather systems erupt out of nowhere, electronics short out, and time itself seems to bend. There are no official warnings on charts, but those who sail often know the law. Fishermen avoid it, pilots reroute around it, and when asked why, they don't offer technical reasons. They simply say, because it's alive. Legends surrounding the Devil's Sea stretch back hundreds of years. Japanese folklore speaks of dragons that live beneath the water, immense serpents that coil around the mountains, under the ocean, and surface in storms. Ancient texts describe whirlpools that appear from nowhere, glowing orbs that rise from the water, and spectral ships that sail without crew. Some believe the sea marks a boundary, a place where the world we know touches something older, something that watches. In modern times, one of the most infamous incidents occurred between 1952 and 1954, when Japan's government sent a research vessel, the Kaio Maru No. 5, into the area to investigate a series of disappearances. The ship was well equipped with scientists and military observers on board, tasked with studying seismic and magnetic anomalies that had been disrupting maritime traffic. They hoped to find underwater volcanoes or magnetic faults, anything to explain the growing number of missing boats. The Kaio Maru No. 5 never returned. No distress signal was sent, no wreckage was found, all 31 crew members vanished. After that, the Japanese government declared the area too dangerous for research. They quietly abandoned any further missions. No official statement was given, but it's not just that the sea consumes ships, It changes things. Survivors, rare as they are, report strange effects while passing through the zone. One cargo ship captain, whose vessel drifted unexpectedly into the area during a typhoon, later described a total collapse of time. He claimed the clocks on board stopped functioning, and none of the crew could recall how long they'd been drifting. Hours passed without notice. Men reported vivid hallucinations of people standing on the water, or hearing music echoing across the empty sea. When they emerged from the storm, their instruments rebooted, as if they'd never been in the system at all. Navigation is unreliable here. Compasses spin slowly or freeze. GPS signals falter, or lead vessels in slow circles. Communication goes dark. Even during clear weather, sonar often returns distorted readings, ghostly echoes of terrain that doesn't exist. Some sonar maps show deep trenches that vanish on the next pass. Others show objects moving far below the surface, massive shapes that rise and fall out of range. And occasionally vessels detect phantom contacts, blips that appear suddenly and drift silently across screens, only to vanish the moment anyone tries to confirm them visually. Then there are the silent patches. Certain zones within the Devil's Sea are known for a total drop in ambient noise. No wind, no waves, no animal sounds. Even onboard chatter seems muffled, as if the air itself is dampened. One yacht that entered the zone described how even footsteps on deck sounded distant, as if coming from another room. Another crew claimed that during their crossing, the stars above seemed to move, not twinkle, but drift, ever so slightly, as if the sky was being stretched. They left the zone days later, with no memory of sleep, and video logs that recorded long hours of empty movement through featureless sea. Skeptics blame undersea volcanic activity. The region lies along the Pacific Ring of Fire, with tectonic instability and potential gas eruptions. Methane bubbles rising from the ocean floor can, in theory, cause ships to lose buoyancy and sink without a trace. That theory works on paper, but it doesn't explain the lost aircraft, the vanishing time, the equipment failures that leave no digital footprint, or the sightings. Because people do see things in the Devil's Sea. Fishermen speak of mirrored vessels, perfect copies of ships that appear on the horizon, only to disappear when approached. Military observers once reported an enormous structure rising briefly from the water during a reconnaissance mission in the 1960s. It was described as angular, black, and silent, like a pyramid without a peak, half submerged and steaming in the sun. By the time their aircraft circled back, it was gone. Divers who have explored the outer edges of the zone say the terrain below is strange. There are sheer underwater cliffs that form unnatural angles, with stone formations that look carved, not eroded. One dive team captured sonar data of a massive circular pit, deeper than any surrounding feature, over 9,000 meters deep, with smooth symmetrical walls. When asked if it could be a collapsed caldera or sinkhole, the lead technician only shrugged. "That's not how geology works," he said quietly. "That's how construction works." There are even rumors of biological anomalies, gigantic cephalopods, schools of fish that behave as if controlled by a single mind. A deep-sea jellyfish photographed in 2008 that pulsed in irregular patterns. Exact Morse code once deciphered, spelling out what some believe to be an ancient Japanese phrase meaning, "it sleeps." But what exactly it is, no one knows. In the absence of proof, people make their own explanations. Some say it's a dimensional tear, a rift in the Earth's magnetic fabric where timelines overlap. Others suggest a sunken city, something older than Atlantis, whose presence still radiates energy through the sea. The most fringe theories involve time loops, underwater alien structures, and gravitational wells that mimic wormholes. But perhaps the strangest theory is the quietest, that the Devil's Sea isn't cursed, it's protected, that whatever lies beneath its surface is being watched over, or perhaps guarded. Even satellite imagery shows something peculiar, a strange distortion in cloud formations above the triangle, visible only in certain infrared wavelengths. The same spiral pattern, repeating every few weeks. When overlaid with older charts from weather balloons in the 1970s, the same shape appears again, almost identical. It's as if the atmosphere itself knows something is there, and builds a veil to cover it. Whatever the truth may be, the Devil's Sea remains a place of silence, secrets, and suspicion. A vast, beautiful stretch of water that repels technology and memory alike. Ships go in. Some return. others don't. Some remember the crossing. Others emerge as if waking from a dream, with days missing and footage erased. And always beneath the shimmering surface, something waits, watching, measuring, deciding. Because in this corner of the ocean, we are not explorers, we are observed. Not lost, but permitted to leave. Part 9. The Shadow Beneath the Baltic. Secrets of the Anomaly. Far from the vast blue stretches of the Pacific, or the storm-torn edges of the Southern Ocean, there lies a different kind of mystery. One not born in thunder or darkness, but in a sea much closer to civilization. A sea that is colder, shallower, and seemingly more familiar. But in 2011, that illusion shattered when a team of treasure hunters stumbled upon something on the floor of the Baltic Sea that no one could explain. Something massive, something geometric, something impossibly old. Today, it's known simply as the Baltic Sea anomaly. At first glance, it looks like a rock, a blurry, sonar-scanned shape roughly 60 meters wide, resting 90 meters deep in the freezing waters between Sweden and Finland. But the more the crew examined it, the less natural it seemed. The object was round, symmetrical, rising from the seafloor with ridges and terraces that looked like steps. And perhaps most strangely, it sat at the end of what appeared to be a perfectly straight track, a 300-meter-long path of seabed, where the ocean floor had been disturbed, as if the object had slid into position. The discovery was made by Ocean X, a Swedish team known for deep-sea salvage operations. They were searching for sunken liquor, remnants from World War II cargo ships, when their sonar picked up the anomaly. It appeared as a nearly perfect circle, with sharp angles and an unusual texture, unlike any rock they'd encountered before. Intrigued, they returned several times with divers and remote submersibles, but the deeper they looked, the stranger it became. The surface of the anomaly, they reported, wasn't smooth like stone, it was pocked and grooved, more like melted metal. Some areas seemed scorched, others were marked with indentations arranged in patterns. Divers described walking across parts of the object that felt like massive tiles or panels, as if the surface had been shaped intentionally. Cameras recorded right angles, holes too perfectly round to be natural, and what appeared to be a staircase carved into the side of the structure, leading to a flat upper platform, almost like a landing pad. And then, the electronics failed. Every time the team got too close, within 200 meters, their instruments would cut out, cameras would flicker, communication systems would shut down, even satellite phones and diving equipment stopped functioning without explanation. This happened again and again, always at the same range. One diver described the silence as total, another said it felt as though something was watching, and when he touched the surface of the structure, he claimed it gave off a low vibration, like a distant engine humming beneath the stone. Skeptics, of course, were quick to dismiss the anomaly as a glacial deposit, an erratic rock dragged across the seafloor during the Ice Age. But those who have seen it in person disagree. Geological anomalies don't usually exhibit consistent angles, electromagnetic interference, or visible surface scorching. They don't rest atop perfect circular foundations, or appear to descend via symmetrical ramps into the silt. And then there are the materials. Samples taken from the site were analyzed by independent laboratories, and reportedly contained metals not normally found in the surrounding region, specifically manganese and limonite, both commonly associated with high-temperature industrial processes. This raised a disturbing possibility. If the anomaly wasn't natural, then something had constructed it. But when and how? Compounding the mystery is the location itself. The Baltic Sea is an unusual body of water, low in salinity, rich in sediment, and with limited oxygen at lower depths. Because of these factors, it acts almost like a preservation chamber. Shipwrecks and artifacts found in the Baltic are often better preserved than in any other ocean in the world. So if the anomaly had once been part of a structure or craft, its features might have survived for thousands of years beneath the surface. Some have speculated that the anomaly is the sunken remains of an ancient civilization, perhaps older than recorded history. The circular shape and stepped architecture have drawn comparisons to Atlantean theories, or even the prehistoric structures found at Göbekli Tepe and Yonaguni. Others believe it could be a petrified remnant of a forgotten megalith, built during a time when sea levels were lower and vast parts of Europe's coastlines looked dramatically different. But there's another theory, one that haunts the minds of those who've studied the site. What if it's not from this Earth? The idea sounds extreme, but the evidence: scorch marks, unnatural materials, electronic interference, and architectural design has led some researchers to suggest that the Baltic Sea anomaly might be the crashed remains of a spacecraft. Not a recent one, but something ancient. Something that fell before humanity learned to write. A vessel that impacted the Earth long ago and has rested beneath the ice-cold waters ever since. Supporting this are peculiar stories from regional folklore. Legends of thunderstones that fell from the sky and left perfect craters in the ice. Myths of sky wheels and gods of metal who came from the sea. Some of these tales go back over 1,000 years, carried in the oral traditions of the coastal Sami and Norse peoples. To them, the ocean was not merely a place of bounty, it was a threshold, a place where visitors came and disappeared. OceanX attempted to raise funding to return to the anomaly with more sophisticated equipment, but met resistance. Media interest faded. Some of the sample analysis reports were retracted. Rumors of institutional pressure circulated, and eventually, the team's efforts slowed. To this day, the full data from the dives remains incomplete, and no government or scientific body has officially investigated the site. It sits alone on the seafloor, undisturbed, half buried in darkness. Some say it's because there's nothing there, that the anomaly is just a rock, made strange by shadows and suggestion. Others believe the silence is by design, because if we truly knew what lay beneath the Baltic, if we fully understood what fell there, what rests there, and what still pulses with electromagnetic breath beneath the layers of silt, it might change how we view the past, and the future, and the skies above us. Whatever the truth may be, the anomaly sleeps on, covered by cold, quiet waters, hidden from view, but not from imagination. And perhaps that's exactly how it was meant to be. Part 10. The Lost Convoys of the Devil's Sea. In the far western Pacific, southeast of Japan's mainland, there is a stretch of ocean that sailors have whispered about for centuries. A region both feared and forgotten. Feared for what it takes, and forgotten because it gives back nothing. Ships vanish here. Planes disappear. Radios go silent. Compass needles spin. The sea turns calm, and then never speaks again. Some call it the Dragon's Triangle. Others, more ominously, call it the Devil's Sea. Roughly mirroring the Bermuda Triangle on the opposite side of the globe, the Devil's Sea stretches from the eastern coast of Japan down to the Bonin Islands and back toward Guam. At first glance, it's not so different from any other part of the Pacific. Open water, warm currents, the occasional typhoon. But for as long as records have existed, this part of the ocean has been associated with unexplainable disappearances, many of them involving military vessels, scientific expeditions, and convoys that should never have vanished without a trace. Perhaps the most chilling of these stories took place in the early 1950s. In 1952, the Japanese government launched a series of research missions to investigate the mysterious loss of 5 military vessels in the Devil's Sea. Each ship had gone missing under fair weather and experienced crews. No distress signals, no debris. The ships simply disappeared, cut off mid-transmission, as if swallowed whole. The disappearances weren't wartime incidents, nor could they be explained by piracy or weather. These were vessels operating under peacetime protocols, in calm waters, within their designated shipping lanes. To uncover the truth, Japan organized an official research expedition aboard a vessel called the Kaio Maru No. 5, manned by over 30 sailors and scientists. Their goal was simple: enter the triangle, take measurements, and return with data. On September 24, 1952, the Kaio Maru set sail from Yaesu, carrying echo sounders, magnetic detectors, and the best naval equipment available at the time. It never came back. Weeks passed. Then months. No word, no signal, no return. Not a single piece of the vessel was ever recovered. Not a scrap of wreckage, not a life vest, not even a bottle. The sea, which had given no signs of distress, offered no clues. Eventually, the Japanese government abandoned the search and quietly shut down further missions to the region. Whatever they had hoped to find, it had taken their ship and left nothing behind. In the wake of the Kaio Maru's disappearance, the area gained international attention. Journalists began calling it the Pacific Bermuda Triangle, and reports of strange phenomena poured in, stories of unexplained lights beneath the water, electromagnetic anomalies, and time disorientation experienced by pilots and submariners alike. Compasses would spin in slow circles, radio frequencies would become garbled. Entire islands were said to vanish from radar, only to reappear hours later in a different position. One sailor, part of a US destroyer patrol in the region, later reported that his vessel encountered what looked like a wall of mist that shimmered in the sun. They passed through it, and for 10 minutes, every instrument on the bridge shut down. The ocean was dead silent. No birds, no waves, no engine noise despite the engines still turning. And then suddenly, everything returned. Instantly, as though time had paused and resumed without warning. The sailor described the sensation as stepping through something ancient. Among the many theories put forth over the years, tectonic activity remains the most widely accepted scientific explanation. The Devil's Sea sits on the edge of several major fault lines. Earthquakes, undersea volcanic eruptions, and methane hydrate explosions have all been proposed as possible culprits for sudden disappearances. If a ship passed over a vent that violently expelled methane gas, the buoyancy of the surrounding water could suddenly drop, causing even large ships to sink without warning or debris. But this explanation, while logical, doesn't fully account for the electronic failures, the navigational distortions, or the sudden loss of entire fleets with no trace. There are also stories that go deeper than science. Fishermen from coastal Japan have long believed that the sea in this region is cursed, haunted by ancient dragons who slumber beneath the ocean floor. They speak of firewheels that rise from the sea during stormless nights, and lights that dance across the water like spirits searching for something they've lost. In local legend, the Devil's Sea is a borderland between the worlds of the living and the dead, a place where souls can be taken and sometimes returned, but never unchanged. One particularly haunting tale tells of a fishing boat that drifted into the region in the 1930s. When it reappeared weeks later, its hull was intact. The nets were coiled, the food unspoiled, and the deck free of any signs of a struggle, but there was no one aboard. The logbook ended abruptly, halfway through a sentence. The clocks on board had all stopped at the exact same moment, 3:17 a.m. The only sign of disturbance was a thin black ash clinging to the walls of the cabin, like something had burned, but left no heat, no smoke, and no flame. Modern satellite scans have revealed unusual structures on the seafloor in parts of the triangle, formations that resemble towers, ridges, and rectangular depressions, almost like the ruins of a sunken city. Some theorists believe these could be remnants of prehistoric civilizations lost to rising seas after the last ice age, perhaps giving rise to the legends of Lemuria or Mu, hypothetical continents said to have vanished beneath the Pacific. Others suggest something older still, that this region is not merely a geological anomaly, but a place where the planet's electromagnetic fields behave differently. A vortex point, a tear in the veil. Interestingly, magnetic mapping of the area does show inconsistencies. Places where the field strength fluctuates abnormally, not enough to disrupt daily shipping routes consistently, but enough to confuse instruments. Enough to suggest that the very space of the sea might not behave like the rest of the ocean, and perhaps the most compelling mystery isn't what has disappeared, but what has survived. In 1997, a Russian submarine passing through the edge of the Devil's Sea reported hearing a sound, a deep, rhythmic vibration that echoed through the hull, like a massive heartbeat. It came from below. At first they thought it was seismic activity, but when they checked their instruments, the seafloor was silent. No quakes, no vents, nothing. And yet the sound continued for 43 minutes, pulsing, growing louder, then fading away. The crew was shaken. None had ever heard anything like it. To this day, the Devil's Sea remains officially unexplained. It isn't marked on maps with warnings. It's not closed off to ships or planes, but those who pass through it, especially at night, often feel the weight of something ancient, something watching, something waiting. It is a place where the ocean seems to breathe differently, where silence means more than the absence of noise, where disappearance is not just possible, but almost expected. The convoys never returned, the research ship never resurfaced, and the sea gave nothing back, only questions, only silence, only stories that echo, faint and unsettling, across the waves. Part 11. The silent lights of the Barents Abyss far to the north, where the waters grow cold and black, and the aurora dances just above the horizon, there lies a stretch of ocean most maps label simply as the Barents Sea. It sits above the Arctic Circle, bordered by the northern coasts of Russia and Norway. To sailors, it has always been a region of extremes, unforgiving storms, icebound islands, and weeks of endless darkness in the heart of winter. But beneath the ice, and within its deeper trenches, the Barents hides something stranger, something silent, something luminous. For decades, scattered reports have emerged from fishing trawlers, Arctic patrol vessels, and even nuclear submarines of strange lights appearing beneath the surface of the Barents Sea. These aren't reflections from the sky, or tricks of the moonlight. They pulse, they move, and they always seem to stay just out of reach, visible, but never trackable. Their colors shift from deep green to pale blue, to a strange violet hue that one captain described as unnaturally soft, like a bruise on the sea. The first documented sighting came from a Soviet fishing vessel in 1959. The Korskaya, a mid-sized trawler, was operating near Novaya Zemlya when the crew spotted a cluster of lights beneath the surface, arranged in a perfect triangle. At first they assumed it was another vessel, perhaps a submarine using new sonar equipment, but the lights did not behave like any known craft. They moved slowly, then suddenly accelerated to impossible speeds before vanishing into the deep. Instruments on board malfunctioned during the encounter, and for 30 minutes, the crew experienced a ringing in their ears and a metallic taste in their mouths. When the lights disappeared, everything returned to normal, except the weather. A blizzard blew in out of nowhere, hammering the ship with wind and snow, despite forecasts predicting clear skies. It was as if something ancient had stirred beneath the ice. In the years that followed, the stories continued. Most were dismissed as hallucinations, optical illusions, or side effects of prolonged exposure to the cold and isolation. But in the early 1970s, the Soviet Navy began receiving too many reports to ignore. Submarine crews began to whisper about the glass lights, objects that would appear at depths beyond sonar range, glowing faintly as if observing from the black. Sometimes, they would rise slowly, hovering just beneath the hull before darting away. Others claimed to hear low-frequency hums that resonated through the steel of the submarine, triggering headaches, nausea, and in rare cases, disorientation so severe that navigation systems had to be shut down and restarted. One mission, declassified only recently, involved the nuclear submarine K-432, which was patrolling near the Svalbard archipelago in 1976. Late one night, the sonar operator picked up an anomaly, something large, but silent. No propeller noise, no cavitation, just a smooth gliding presence that mirrored the submarine's every move. When the crew shut off their own engines and drifted silently to listen, they still heard it, a rhythmic pulsing sound, almost like breathing. Then the lights appeared. They surrounded the submarine in a wide circle, at least 10 separate sources, glowing with a pale greenish-blue hue. Each was equidistant from the others, perfectly symmetrical. The captain described it in his log as a choir of eyes, watching us from the dark. For 13 minutes, the lights remained unmoving, as if waiting. Then they blinked out, one by one, in a slow pattern, clockwise, until only one remained. It stayed for a moment longer, pulsed 3 times, and vanished. What's strange isn't just the lights or the sounds, it's how often time seems to behave differently during these encounters. Several crews reported that their internal clocks desynchronized. In one case, 2 sailors working in different compartments of the same ship reported a 17-minute time discrepancy, though the voyage log recorded no pause. One sailor believed only 5 minutes had passed. The other insisted it had been nearly half an hour. Both had been working alone. Both experienced strange dreams that night. Dreams of cold water and lights that sang in tones no human could replicate. Modern technology hasn't resolved the mystery. In fact, it's made it worse. In 2009, a Norwegian scientific vessel conducting deep-sea scans in the Barents Sea picked up an enormous geometric structure on the ocean floor, hexagonal in shape, at least 400 meters across, and buried beneath layers of sediment. Its edges were too perfect to be natural, but when the team returned the following year, the formation was gone. In its place, only sand and a slight depression. Some claimed it was an imaging error, others weren't so sure. The most compelling part of these stories is how consistent the descriptions are. Decades apart, different languages, military and civilian, they all speak of silent lights, symmetry, a feeling of being watched, not by a creature, but by something vast and intelligent, a presence, and always, the quiet. There are theories, of course, bioluminescent organisms in unexplored schools, subterranean volcanic vents reacting with certain minerals, secret military experiments. Some even believe that the Barents Sea is home to an ancient intelligence, something that doesn't live in the ocean, but is the ocean, a sentient current, a consciousness made not of cells but of water and pressure and time. Perhaps the most haunting theory comes from an old sailor's tale passed around port cities in Murmansk. It speaks of a second sea buried beneath the Barents, an ancient cavity, miles deep, sealed by pressure and darkness. The lights, they say, are its eyes. It cannot speak, not in the way we understand, but it remembers. It dreams in motion, and when the world grows too loud, it sends out its lights, not as a warning but as a reminder, that beneath all our machines, our weapons, our maps, there is still something older, quieter, and far more powerful than we'll ever understand. To this day, the Russian Navy treats parts of the Barents Sea with caution. Some patrols are rerouted, some submarine paths are subtly adjusted. They never say why, but those who've served long enough know better than to ask. They've seen the lights, and more importantly, they've learned to never follow them. Part 12. The vortex below Point Nemo. In the vast emptiness of the South Pacific Ocean, where no human settlement lies within 1,000 miles, there exists a spot so remote that astronauts orbiting above are often closer to civilization than anyone sailing near it. This place is known as Point Nemo, the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, a name that means no one, fitting for the loneliest place on Earth. Surrounded on all sides by thousands of kilometers of nothing but open sea, Point Nemo is more than a geographic curiosity. For decades, sailors, researchers, and satellite operators have suspected that something strange lingers in the waters below it, something unnatural, something that pulls. On maps, Point Nemo appears as just another dot in the middle of nowhere, but when studied more closely, strange anomalies begin to stack up. For one, it sits atop one of the least explored sections of the ocean floor, with deep trenches and ridges that haven't been mapped in detail. The water here is unusually still, devoid of many of the familiar ocean currents. Instruments dropped into the depths often malfunction. And then there's the sound, the one that no one has ever fully explained. In 1997, scientists monitoring oceanic noise through hydrophones picked up something unexpected near Point Nemo, a deep, resonating, ultra-low frequency rumble that came to be known as the bloop. It was louder than a blue whale, so loud in fact that it was detected by multiple listening stations over 3,000 miles apart. At first, some suspected it to be the sound of an enormous sea creature, larger than anything known to science. Others believed it was the result of shifting sea ice or undersea volcanic activity, but no official explanation was ever confirmed. What made the bloop most unsettling was not just its volume or origin, but its pattern. It rose in pitch. It had rhythm. It sounded alive. Ever since that recording, Point Nemo has attracted a quiet kind of attention. Most people don't know about it, and those who do rarely speak publicly. The space agencies of several nations have designated it as a spacecraft graveyard. When satellites and space stations reach the end of their operational life, they are steered into Point Nemo's waters for a final descent. The Soviet Mir station, multiple cargo vehicles from the ISS, and soon, parts of the ISS itself, all are destined to end their journey in this exact region. The reasoning seems practical. With no human presence nearby, there's little danger to life or property. But for those who watch closely, a question lingers: why always here? There are captains, particularly those from older generations, who warn their crews never to linger in this stretch of ocean. One Chilean freighter captain claimed that during a routine crossing near Point Nemo, his compass began to spin wildly. The GPS systems dropped for over 4 minutes. The sky, he said, appeared normal, cloudless, but the water turned still, too still, as if the sea had paused. No wind, no movement. Then came the churning. He described it as a spiral in the water, no wider than a ship's hull, forming without warning and pulling downward. Not fast, not violent, just relentless. The crew managed to steer clear, barely, but even after the ship moved on, a low-frequency vibration remained in the hull, as if something was resonating far below. That was not the only such account. In 2011, a research buoy deployed by an Australian Marine Institute stopped transmitting after just 3 days. When they retrieved it, it was intact, but scorched, as if exposed to intense heat, impossible in such cold waters. Its memory logs had been corrupted, and though its location beacon had gone silent, the team discovered something stranger. It had drifted 70 kilometers from its original drop point against the current. Oceanographers had no explanation. Some believe that deep beneath Point Nemo lies a rift, an underwater void where tectonic plates do not grind but gape. A chasm deeper than the Mariana Trench, swallowing anything that gets too close. Others whisper of unnatural magnetic fields, remnants of a cosmic impact or a planetary scar never fully studied. A few fringe scientists have even speculated that Point Nemo is not entirely of Earth, that beneath its silence lies a structure, buried, dormant, but still broadcasting. What's curious is that whenever probes or submersibles are sent near the exact coordinates of the bloop, something goes wrong. Either technical failures occur, or visibility drops to zero due to sudden sediment clouds. Some have tried deploying sonar scans to chart the area, but they all report irregular echoes, as if the seafloor is shifting, or reflecting back from surfaces not made of rock. The water pressure here is no different from other deep regions, and yet time and again, unmanned equipment shows signs of stress far beyond what should be expected. A Norwegian deep-sea cable snapped during what should have been a routine deployment. Its operators reviewed the footage before the break and saw nothing but darkness, then static. It is perhaps the absence of life that is most chilling. Other parts of the Pacific, even in great depths, teem with bioluminescent creatures and microscopic plankton. But Point Nemo's water samples often come back strangely sterile, not lifeless, but reduced, as if something is filtering what can exist here, allowing only what it chooses. There are ancient Polynesian legends that speak of a god who lives beneath the ocean's heart, a god who breathes once every 1,000 years. They say his breath brings silence, and his eye is a place where no man should dwell. Modern scholars often dismiss these stories as poetic metaphors, but when you stand on the deck of a ship near Point Nemo, with no birds overhead, no ships on the horizon, and only the deep rumble of the ocean's forgotten pulse below, it's easy to believe that the legends might be closer to truth than we realize. Point Nemo doesn't just mark the most distant place from humanity. It feels like a doorway, a silent gate between worlds we can't yet measure. Perhaps that's why the sky's wreckage is sent there, one fiery capsule at a time, not just to sink into the sea, but to be hidden. Buried in the one place where we assume no one will ever look, but someone, or something, might already be watching from the other side. Part 13. The sealed labyrinth of the Baltic anomaly. In the chilly depths of the Baltic Sea, between the coasts of Sweden and Finland, lies a formation that has baffled geologists, military analysts, and oceanographers since its first discovery in 2011. Known simply as the Baltic anomaly, this structure defies classification. Roughly 200 feet in diameter and partially buried in sediment, it sits silently at the bottom of the sea, massive, circular, and hauntingly symmetrical. For some, it resembles a downed spacecraft. For others, an ancient temple sealed beneath the waves. What no one disputes is its strangeness, and the way it seems to exist at the very edge of comprehension. The anomaly was first spotted by a team of Swedish divers aboard the Ocean X, a treasure-hunting vessel equipped to scan the sea floor for shipwrecks. Initially, they believed they had found the remains of a World War II Nemo-era ship, or perhaps even an ancient trading vessel. But the sonar image they retrieved showed something far more unexpected, a large disc-shaped formation with what appeared to be stair-like ridges and perfectly sharp angles, sitting 300 feet beneath the surface. When the team returned to explore it directly, they reported a series of events that immediately set the tone for what would become one of the most unsettling undersea mysteries in Europe. As the submersibles descended and approached the object, their electrical systems began to fail. Cameras flickered, lights dimmed, and some of the dive team's communications went completely dead. Instruments that had worked flawlessly moments before began to glitch without warning. It wasn't just mechanical failure, it was something more localized, more deliberate, as if the object itself were reacting. When divers managed to reach the structure, what they found was even more bizarre than the sonar had suggested. The surface of the anomaly was smooth in some places, grooved and cracked in others. It wasn't made of stone, at least not entirely. Samples taken from the site showed strange metallic content, including high levels of manganese and rare earth minerals, usually associated with meteorites or highly processed alloys. One section of the structure had what appeared to be a tunnel-like cavity, arched, with perfect symmetry. But no one could explore inside. The opening, if it was an opening at all, was blocked by debris, or perhaps sealed by design. Most striking of all were the straight lines. Nature rarely creates such geometry underwater, especially at this scale. Some parts of the anomaly seemed to form 90-degree angles, while others resembled ramps or collapsed pillars. One section even resembled a circular platform, like a stage, with raised edges evenly spaced around the perimeter. Divers described a feeling of unnatural stillness near the structure, as if sound itself was dampened, not by the water, but by something deeper, something that silenced thought. Despite widespread skepticism, experts who reviewed the sonar images and samples could not agree on a clear explanation. Some argued that the formation was nothing more than a glacial deposit left behind by ancient ice sheets, but even those familiar with glacial activity admitted that they had never seen sediment align itself into shapes so ordered, nor had they ever seen glacial deposits trigger electronic malfunctions. Others theorized that it might be a shipwreck buried under sediment, but no wood hull fragments or metallic wreckage consistent with known vessels was ever recovered. There were even those who ventured into more esoteric explanations: ancient megalithic structures from a forgotten civilization, a sunken temple from a time when the Baltic Sea was dry land, or even a remnant of something non-human, something placed deliberately on the seafloor as a marker or gateway. A few scientists proposed that it might be a kind of geoglyph, like the Nazca lines of Peru, visible only from above, and meant to signal someone or something watching from the skies. What deepens the mystery further is that the area surrounding the Baltic anomaly has a history of strange events. Local fishermen have long told of compasses that spin without reason, waters that suddenly become unnaturally calm, and patches of sea where electronic devices cease to function. In military archives, declassified records from the Cold War include mentions of unidentified sonar contacts in this region, large, slow-moving, and silent. The Swedish Navy, though dismissive in public, has quietly investigated the region multiple times, fueling further speculation. There are also satellite anomalies. High-resolution imaging shows a circular discoloration on the surface of the sea directly above the anomaly, as if some chemical or energy disturbance radiates from below. Weather monitoring stations have picked up faint fluctuations in atmospheric pressure over the site, inconsistently and without correlation to surrounding patterns. These are the kinds of signals usually associated with geothermal vents or electromagnetic fields, but the Baltic Sea is known for neither. Several expeditions have attempted to return and investigate further, but nearly all have faced inexplicable setbacks. Equipment fails, funding disappears, researchers withdraw without explanation. One crew member from the original Ocean X expedition claimed, years later, that he had dreams repeating visions of standing before a sealed gate beneath the sea, surrounded by carvings he couldn't read, but somehow understood. He later retracted the statement, blaming stress and oxygen deprivation, but those who had been on the dive with him did not contradict him. The truth is, no one knows what lies beneath the surface of the Baltic anomaly. It is not an ancient ruin we can study, nor is it a wreck we can reconstruct. It resists classification and denies entry. It is as if whatever it is wants to be forgotten, and yet it remains, immovable, watching, waiting beneath the grey waters of the Baltic, in a region known for silence, sealed in the dark, like something placed and not lost. Whether artifact, accident, or something more profound, the Baltic anomaly stands as a monument to the unknown. It reminds us that not all mysteries sink with time. Some simply wait, buried not by sand, but by our unwillingness to understand what we were never meant to find. Part 14. The submerged fortress of the Dragon's Triangle. In the vastness of the Pacific Ocean, far from the safe embrace of familiar shores, lies a stretch of sea that has earned a reputation as haunting as it is hidden. Known as the Dragon's Triangle, or the Devil's Sea, this forbidden zone rests off the southeastern coast of Japan, forming a mysterious triangle between the Japanese coast, the Bonin Islands, and the Mariana Trench. The stories that pour out of this place are whispered in maritime circles and passed down through generations of sailors. Disappearances, anomalous weather, magnetic chaos, and the ruins of a structure beneath the surface that some believe was never built by human hands. The Dragon's Triangle mirrors the Bermuda Triangle in more ways than just shape. Like its Atlantic counterpart, this region has swallowed ships, planes, and entire crews without explanation. Fishing vessels radio in calm reports only to vanish hours later. Military ships report sightings of strange fogs or blinding light, only to lose power. Pilots claim their compasses spin out of control. But the most enduring mystery of all may be what lies on the seafloor itself. A vast submerged formation, hidden in the depths with features too geometric, too intentional, to be dismissed as mere coincidence. In 1952, the Japanese government launched a scientific survey of the region after a series of naval vessels vanished without a trace. Among them was the Kaio Maru No. 5, a research ship tasked with studying underwater volcanic activity. It departed from port on a routine mission and was never seen again. The ship's last known coordinates placed it directly within the heart of the triangle. No wreckage was ever recovered. No distress signal was ever sent. It was as if the ocean had decided to reclaim it. In response, the Japanese authorities quietly suspended all further investigations in the region. Years later, sonar mapping conducted by private exploration teams revealed something startling. Roughly 100 meters beneath the waves, in the southern reach of the triangle, was what appeared to be an enormous structure, rectangular, stepped, and lined with parallel ridges. At first glance, it seemed like another underwater cliff formation, but further scans revealed features that defied geological explanation. Terraces that aligned to the cardinal points, wide flat corridors, and an arrangement of stone blocks so precise in their placement that nature alone could not easily explain it. Divers who attempted to reach the site encountered not just mechanical issues, but physical disorientation. One crew member reported that the moment he approached the structure, he felt an overwhelming sense of nausea and dread, as though he had entered a place that rejected life. Others described the water temperature fluctuating rapidly as they descended, despite the lack of any visible geothermal vent or current shift. Lights flickered, and in one case, a seasoned diver abruptly lost consciousness upon reaching a lower tier of the formation. What makes the anomaly even more compelling is the theory that it may be connected to ancient legends of a lost civilization. Long before it was called the Dragon's Triangle, this region was whispered about in the ancient texts of East Asia. Chinese records from over 1,000 years ago spoke of a sea of demons to the east, where ships would vanish in the mists and strange lights danced upon the waves. Japanese folklore tells of sea dragons that guarded underwater palaces, hidden fortresses built not for war but for watching. Some researchers suggest that the structure found beneath the triangle could be a remnant of one such forgotten era, a city swallowed by the ocean, or perhaps even a fortress designed to withstand the wrath of the sea itself. A few fringe theorists take it even further. They believe the structure is not ancient, but alien, not a ruin but a vessel, not abandoned, but dormant. Sonar scans of the site have captured what appear to be domed chambers, hollow spaces enclosed within the stone that emit strange echo patterns. Metallic readings from the site suggest alloys not found elsewhere in the seabed, and even fragments of what seem to be vitrified material, stone that has been subjected to extreme heat, far beyond the temperatures produced by volcanic vents in the area. If true, this would suggest a technological process, not a geological one. There is also the matter of the silence. Hydrophones placed near the structure pick up less ambient ocean noise than expected. It's as though something within or around the formation absorbs sound, creating a pocket of quiet in one of the most chaotic regions of the sea. Marine biologists studying the area noticed that fish and other marine life avoid the structure altogether, forming an unnatural void in an otherwise vibrant ecosystem. It's not just a lifeless spot, it is repellent, a black hole in the biosphere. And then there are the disappearances. In the decades since the anomaly was first discovered, multiple attempts to map or explore it have failed. One private expedition funded by a university in Europe lost contact with its remotely operated vehicle, ROV, just minutes after it descended to the structure. Another team, using advanced submersibles, recorded unexplained interference in their communications, sharp bursts of static followed by what one technician described as a deep pulse, as if something below was sending out a signal. That signal has never been explained. While mainstream science cautions against making wild claims, the fact remains something lies beneath the Dragon's Triangle that we do not understand. Whether it is a monument, a natural marvel, or a relic of some forgotten chapter of human or non-human history, it continues to sit in silence, unclaimed by any nation, untouched by time, and untouched by explanation. The ocean has always been a place of mystery, but in the Dragon's Triangle, that mystery hardens into something more ominous, something sealed, waiting and watching beneath the waves. It may be a fortress, it may be a tomb, it may be something we were never meant to find. But whatever it is, it reminds us that the sea does not give up its secrets easily, and sometimes, it does not give them up at all. Part 15. The Vanishing Reef of the Philippine Trench. Far beneath the sapphire waters of the Western Pacific lies one of the deepest and most complex geological structures on Earth, the Philippine Trench. A gaping scar in the ocean floor, it stretches over 800 miles along the eastern seaboard of the Philippines, plunging to depths of nearly 34,000 feet. But within this enormous chasm, hidden among its shadows and ridges, rests a lesser-known mystery. It is not the trench itself that unnerves explorers, but a place whispered about by sailors and quietly marked on old maritime charts as the Vanishing Reef, a formation that seems to appear and disappear without warning, leaving those who seek it both fascinated and unsettled. It began, as many sea mysteries do, with a report dismissed as error. In the late 1970s, a crew aboard a Japanese hydrographic vessel recorded an unusual rise on the seafloor, an elevated ridge-like structure that extended for nearly 2 miles and stood over 800 feet above the surrounding trench bottom. It looked like a coral reef, yet it was situated at a depth where no light could reach and no coral could possibly thrive. The captain ordered the area charted, labeling it an unclassified seamount, and the ship moved on. But when a second vessel returned to the same coordinates just a year later, there was nothing. The reef was gone. Scans showed only a flat abyss. The charts were corrected, and the anomaly was quietly forgotten. That should have been the end of the story. But over the decades that followed, similar accounts began to accumulate, vague, scattered, and often disregarded. Submarines on routine patrols would occasionally detect a massive underwater elevation that wasn't there the next time they passed. Autonomous ocean floor mapping vehicles recorded jagged stone ridges and sudden rises that vanished on repeat passes. Some crews even reported sonar echoes that seemed to shift position mid-scan, as though the structure beneath them was not only mobile, but somehow conscious of being observed. In 1992, a research expedition from a European deep-sea program attempted a focused study of the area. They deployed a deep-towed camera sled to explore what they believed might be a tectonic ridge near the trench's southwestern edge. For 3 hours, the feed displayed nothing but sediment and blackness, until quite suddenly, the terrain changed. Massive stone pillars came into view, rising vertically from the seafloor in near-perfect rows, weathered but strangely regular, like a drowned forest of carved monoliths. The crew watched in awe as the sled drifted between the structures, capturing what appeared to be steps carved into the rock and smooth, almost polished walls. Then the feed cut out. The camera line had been severed. When recovered, the cable appeared sheared, not by pressure or collision, but as if it had been cleanly sliced. The footage was later analyzed and partially released, though much was redacted due to instrument malfunction and data corruption. What wasn't corrupted sparked speculation. The stone pillars, some estimated to be over 100 feet tall, didn't resemble volcanic formations. They lacked the chaotic structure of lava flows or sediment buildup. Instead, they were aligned, geometric, and according to one geologist, deliberately placed. One researcher quietly called it a cathedral in the abyss. What makes the mystery even more confounding is the way this reef, or whatever it is, refuses to remain still. Decades of ocean floor scans show that it appears in different locations within a 50-mile radius. At times, it vanishes entirely. Attempts to triangulate its exact position using sonar buoys have failed repeatedly. Some theorize that it is an illusion, created by thermal layers or sonar anomalies. Others suggest it is a result of tectonic instability, perhaps a temporary seafloor uplift that rises due to pressure and then collapses. But there's another theory, one that edges into the forbidden, that the Vanishing Reef is not a reef at all, that it is a structure, one that was built, or worse, one that is alive. Marine biologists studying the trench noticed something disturbing when analyzing recordings from the area. Infrasound signatures, Low-frequency vibrations undetectable to the human ear seemed to pulse from the region at irregular intervals. These pulses bore no resemblance to known seismic activity or marine life patterns. They were rhythmic, calculated, almost like breathing. The sound rose in intensity when the reef was present and dropped when it vanished again. Even more unsettling, some deep-sea divers involved in nearby trench expeditions reported vivid dreams after surfacing, dreams of massive open mouths in the dark, of cities breathing beneath the waves, and of pressure, not just physical, but mental, pressing down on their thoughts. Despite these accounts, no official studies have been published on the reef's behavior in over a decade. One theory suggests a classified reason. The Philippine Trench, after all, borders major geopolitical zones. But for those who track marine anomalies, the reef remains one of the ocean's most evasive and disturbing puzzles. Is it a geological phantom, tricking our instruments and minds alike? Or is it a relic, drifting through the trench, like a forgotten ghost of a time we no longer remember? The possibility that it might be both, a shifting ancient remnant of something we never fully understood, lingers in the minds of those who've seen the footage, heard the pulses, or passed quietly above it in the dead of night. The vanishing reef reminds us that not all forbidden places lie on the surface. Some drift in the blackness below, retreating when we get too close, waiting for something, or perhaps warning us to stay away. And as the ocean moves in silence, this anomaly, seen and unseen, continues to evade explanation. Like a mirage with mass, like a door that only opens when no one is watching, like something that was never meant to be found. Part 16. The Silent Drowning of Port Mercy. There is a stretch of ocean off the coast of South America, nestled within the remote reaches of the Drake Passage, that mariners avoid mentioning by name. It is not forbidden by law or military decree. No navy patrols it, no signs mark its boundaries, and yet the maps here grow vague, the currents turn strange, and every fisherman from the Falklands to Tierra del Fuego knows to steer wide of the waters once ruled by a port called Mercy. A place that by all official records has never existed. A place whispered of only in fragments, the silent drowning, they call it. The legend begins in the 19th century, in the age of clipper ships and endless whaling expeditions. Port Mercy was said to be a hidden outpost, a small thriving harbor town, founded by seafarers and built into the cliffs of a fog-covered island that jutted like a blade from the sea. It was a sanctuary for sailors braving the southern trade winds. According to oral accounts preserved by a handful of old whaling families, Port Mercy offered fresh water, salted meat, and a place to dock when storms turned treacherous. But unlike most ports, Mercy did not advertise its location. Those who found it did so only by chance, through storm-blown currents or stars gone wrong. Once found though, the port would welcome you in silence. No dockhands called out, no voices echoed off the walls. The locals were said to be kind, but quiet, always watching, always listening. The first verifiable mention of Port Mercy appeared in the fragmented logbook of a British whaler, the Isolde, dated 1863. In it, the first mate described an uncharted anchorage where their battered vessel took refuge after a violent gale. He wrote of a harbor carved from black volcanic stone, buildings rising from the mist like ghosts, and a strange rhythmic humming that seemed to rise from the ocean itself. The crew stayed only one night. By dawn, several of the men reported vivid nightmares and an overwhelming urge to leave. One entry reads, "The sea is speaking here. It calls to something not yet risen." The captain ordered immediate departure. That logbook was recovered decades later from the wreck of the Isolde, which had sunk off the coast of Cape Horn under circumstances still unexplained. The ship was found with no visible hull damage, but every crew member locked below deck. No signs of panic, no injuries, just silence. After that, stories of Port Mercy began to fade, until 1937, when a Chilean patrol vessel, the Valparaiso, recorded a garbled distress call near the same region. The transmission was brief but unmistakable. "This is Mercy. The sea is coming in." When the patrol reached the coordinates, there was nothing. No island, no debris, only a strange fog that refused to lift, even in high winds. Decades later, in 1974, a satellite sweep of the Drake Passage picked up something unusual. For 3 minutes, a landmass approximately 5 square kilometers in size appeared where there had previously been nothing but open water. The island registered dense with stone structures, heat signatures consistent with human presence, and a large artificial dock. Before a second satellite pass could confirm it, the island vanished from the feed. Analysts blamed a processing error. The data was quietly archived, but then the dreams began. Researchers from a nearby weather station began reporting nightly episodes of sleep paralysis, marked by identical visions, always the same: rising tides, chimes echoing through thick fog, and a town submerged in black water, where lights still glowed beneath the surface. Some saw people standing underwater, motionless, their mouths open as if singing. Others heard voices asking questions, ancient ones in no language they could name. Curiosity turned to fear when 3 of the station's crew were found at dawn, having walked barefoot into the sea during the night. They were recovered before drowning, but none could speak afterward, not for weeks. One of them eventually wrote a single phrase over and over in his notebook: "It's not an island, it's a memory." Today, Port Mercy is considered a ghost location. It doesn't appear on any modern maps. No wreckage has ever been recovered, but strange patterns continue to echo through that stretch of water. Oceanographers monitoring the Drake Passage have recorded inexplicable sonar anomalies, pulses that mimic the resonance of cathedral bells, spaced at intervals too regular to be geological. Ships passing too close report compass deviations, temporary engine failures, and in some rare cases, entire hours missing from their logs. There's a growing theory among fringe ocean historians that Port Mercy wasn't a settlement that drowned, but a place meant to be drowned, a prison of sorts, for something that could not be left on land. The humming, the silence, the singing underwater, all fragments of a ritual long lost to the surface world. And when the tides shift just right, when the moon is too low and the fog returns, the memory of that place rises again, not in form but in feeling, like a breath held beneath the waves. To this day, the waters over Port Mercy remain oddly still when the wind dies. The sea flattens, the waves stop breaking, and the sky. The original 28 men, 19 refused to ever go to sea again. The captain was found in his cabin, blindfolded and unresponsive, whispering numbers over and over in perfect iambic rhythm. His logbook, though mostly illegible, included a sketch of spiraling arrows pointing toward a black spot encircled in red ink. The only readable note beside it read, "The water bends backward." What made the Glencairn's voyage especially strange was that the ship had been outfitted with a new navigational gyro, one of the earliest attempts at modern stabilization. When inspected, the device's memory recorded impossible data. At several points during the journey, the ship's direction had rotated in a full 360-degree turn while maintaining a single forward velocity. This would imply that the vessel was both rotating and traveling straight, a physical impossibility unless the sea itself had twisted around them. Over the decades, whispers of the inward pull became more frequent. Radar technicians from air patrols reported blips vanishing at the exact coordinates where the water begins to shimmer unnaturally, not with turbulence or motion, but with stillness. A glassy stillness, like the surface of a mirror tilted toward a sky that isn't ours. In 1971, a marine research team from the University of Ottawa attempted to study this anomaly with submersible buoys designed to trace current pathways. The buoys were launched at the edge of the known perimeter and carried downward tracking sonar. Each buoy was equipped with an auto-broadcast signal to record direction, speed, and depth. Within 3 hours, all 4 signals were lost. Not disabled, just quiet. A week later, one of the buoys was found washed up on a beach in Iceland. Not drifted, not dragged by tide. It had somehow crossed the Atlantic in 5 days without being carried by any known current. Its internal clock was 10 hours behind. What made the story reach deeper into unease was what was found etched into its outer shell. A single symbol, carved as if by blade or tool. A spiral perfectly smooth, drawn inward with no endpoint, just tighter and tighter until the metal warped under the pressure. Among Atlantic seafarers, it's become common knowledge: if your instruments start to lose time instead of gain it, if the engine hums without moving the propeller, if the sonar shows a loop where the seabed should be flat, you've reached the edge of the sable throat. Stories abound of dreams people have after entering the current. Fishermen who pass too close report episodes of waking sleep, vivid visions of underwater staircases, of voices whispering in languages that don't echo. One captain, who barely escaped the pull when a sudden wind broke him free, claimed that for weeks afterward, The radio on his ship would crackle open at exactly 2:14 a.m., broadcasting a single low tone. No matter how many times the unit was replaced, the signal continued. To this day, no official mapping agency will acknowledge the spiral on their charts. It's too fluid to record, too inconsistent to track. But there is evidence, quiet, unspoken, bureaucratic, that it is known. Flight routes divert, research ships avoid it. Coast Guard warnings are vague, but repeat the same advice. Avoid unnecessary activity in the southern Sable Zone. Currents unpredictable, navigation may be unreliable. And then there's the old story, told only once a year at a tavern in Halifax, when the wind turns sharp and the lights flicker more than usual. An elderly sailor, now long past, told of a fifth buoy, one that never washed ashore, one that came back on its own. He said it was found floating just outside the harbor mouth, slick with oil but undamaged. Inside, there was no recording, no data, just a single slide of undeveloped photographic film. When processed, it showed a spiral staircase beneath the ocean, descending into what looked like a void. No walls, no fish, no light, just stairs, perfectly formed, spiraling down into nothing. The sable throat is not forbidden in law, but it is marked in memory. The ocean there does not roar, it does not swell, it does not rage, it simply waits. Flat and shining, quiet and turning inward. And those who enter it say the same thing, if they speak at all, that the current is not pulling them under. It's pulling them in. Part 18. The sunken grid of Narnia Trench beneath the equatorial belt of the southern Pacific, hidden by the unbroken stillness between the Cook Islands and Easter Island. There is a trench so rarely spoken of that it doesn't appear on standard maps. Its coordinates shift, slightly, with each attempt to pin it down. Locals in the surrounding archipelagos have long referred to it as Narnia, which in their tongue is whispered with reverence and caution. The word does not translate cleanly. It means something like that which is buried in the deep, but also carries the implication of memory, as though something once known has been carefully hidden from the living. The Narnia Trench is not the deepest point in the ocean, nor is it marked by violent currents, undersea vents or tectonic fractures. It is dangerous not because of chaos, but because of what lies too perfectly still. The stories that reach the mainland speak of an impossible phenomenon far below the surface, a submerged grid, miles wide, etched directly into the ocean floor. Not a natural ridge, not the marks of an ancient glacier or collapsed fault line. A symmetrical pattern of right angles, precise spacing and corridors aligned to celestial coordinates. The grid was first noticed in the 1990s by accident, during a satellite imaging pass that was actually meant to study seasonal algae blooms. When the data was reviewed, one of the analysts flagged something peculiar, a region of the ocean that reflected back unusual sonar pulses. Not brighter, not louder, just more structured, like the ocean floor was made of something artificial. The images were blurred, distorted by depth and clouded sediment, but they showed faint lines, intersecting in a pattern that stretched for miles. A research drone was dispatched, its mission kept quiet and off-record.
Its journey took 2 days.
When it returned, the live feed had been corrupted, but one snapshot, one single frame captured mid-descent had survived. The photo showed a series of what looked like massive square platforms submerged beneath layers of silt, partially overgrown with deep-sea coral and vent worms, but unmistakably uniform.
Too clean, too precise.
The platforms formed rows, 9 across, 9 down, each separated by a corridor just wide enough for a submarine to pass through. After the discovery, interest in the area surged, but so did the resistance. Funding vanished. Permissions were revoked. One researcher, speaking anonymously, claimed that within weeks of the report being compiled, 3 agencies had intervened, seizing equipment and scrubbing records. They offered no explanations. The expedition was cancelled, and the trench was reclassified as geologically inactive, ecologically sensitive. Ships were instructed to avoid it due to survey interference. The phrase made no sense. Among Polynesian oral traditions, the trench holds deep spiritual weight. Elders speak of Narnia as a sleeping city, not metaphorically, but literally. A city that was swallowed not by disaster but by intention. A city lowered, buried by the sea, so that what it knew would never fall into the wrong hands. One chant, preserved in the oldest dialects and rarely spoken aloud, describes pillars of silver where light obeyed thought, and vaults of stars beneath the waves. The stories say the ancestors did not destroy the city, they folded it beneath the world. In 2006, a rogue scientific crew, frustrated by the silence around Narnia, set out from New Zealand under the guise of marine temperature study. They never officially reached the trench, but what their submersible recorded just outside its boundary became the subject of whispered fascination. As it descended past 7,000 meters, the pressure began to distort the audio feed. Not unusual, but what came through wasn't mechanical failure. It was rhythm.
Two pulses in perfect intervals.
Not sonar, not wails, tones that sounded like chimes. The pulses formed repeating clusters, 5 beats pause, 5 again, then a shift. The pattern resembled a musical scale, but in a mode that didn't exist. When reversed, the tones formed mirror intervals that matched precisely to constellations overhead during the southern solstice. The effect on the crew was disturbing. One engineer experienced sudden disorientation and was found later tracing squares with his finger on the steel hull of the cabin, eyes glassy and unfocused.
He could not recall doing it.
He spoke only one word, "Remember," and then fell silent for hours. The submersible was recalled, and the footage sealed. But in a leaked transmission uploaded briefly to an encrypted file share in 2011, a final frame of the dive showed something beneath the silt. Not just the grid, a structure, a square tower, half buried, rising from the trench floor, made of black stone that gleamed in the light. The surface was smooth, reflective, but not of the ocean around it. Its reflection showed stars. Stars not aligned with Earth's sky. From that moment on, Narnia vanished again from discussion. No further missions, no follow-up papers, not even denials. It was as if the ocean swallowed the story itself. What makes the trench so deeply unsettling is not only what may rest within its grid, but the feeling shared by all who study it, that the structure is not just buried, it's sealed, that the silence around it isn't due to ignorance or neglect. It's intentional, protective. There is a theory never spoken officially, but known in certain circles, that Narnia is not an ancient ruin, but a kind of vault. A container for knowledge, yes, but also perhaps something more. Something waiting, or sleeping, or dreaming. The symmetry of the grid, its alignment with both terrestrial and celestial coordinates, suggests not a city that collapsed but a mechanism. One with purpose, one not meant to be disturbed. The sea above Narnia is calm, deceptively so. Sailors say the water there resists entry, not with waves, but with heaviness. Ships move slower, winds fall still, electronics drift off calibration, but below that silence, if the stories are true, the grid remains. Dark, still, watching, a perfect shape beneath the ocean, made not by erosion or chance, but by hands, or minds, or something else. And until it speaks again, Narnia waits in the dark. Part 19. The Spiral of Bajraloka Reef. In the remote southern quadrant of the Indian Ocean, nestled between no major shipping routes and far from the reach of satellite signal stability, lies a stretch of reef so peculiar, so intentionally avoided, that even cartographers treat its placement with unease. It is not massive, it is not deep, and yet the Bajraloka Reef carries with it the silent reputation of being not only forbidden, but geometrically impossible. The name Bajraloka itself is a curiosity. In several South Asian dialects, it roughly translates to noble world or civilized realm. But no one alive claims to have named it, that in fact, the name first appears on an obscure Royal Navy chart, dated 1834, penciled in beside a blank zone, with no annotations. No one recalls exploring it, no crew logged its discovery, and yet it's there, quiet, circular, and spiraling. Unlike natural coral reefs, which form along continental shelves or volcanic ridges, the Bajraloka Reef is suspended in shallower waters where no reef should grow. It forms a perfect spiral, not a jagged or eroded ring, but a Fibonacci spiral that follows the golden ratio with uncanny precision. The spiral extends outward across nearly 2 kilometers, composed not of coral colonies, but of dark, dense limestone laced with metallic flecks that glint even in overcast weather. No natural reef has ever been found with this composition. From the surface, it's mesmerizing. The water above it reflects the spiral faintly as light bends across the shallow plains. Pilots who fly over the area describe nausea, vertigo, and an overwhelming sensation of being pulled toward the center, even when safely thousands of feet above. Some military aircraft have refused to pass over it, citing unexplained navigation errors and erratic altimeter readings. Civilian ships in the region, rare as they are, report compass drift and radio static that grows stronger the closer they approach the spiral's core. But it's what lies at the center that has fascinated and haunted those who've seen it. In 1997, a deep-sea documentary crew attempting to film a coral ecosystem off Madagascar was blown far off course by a low-pressure anomaly. They made an unplanned stop near the spiral, unaware of its reputation. Their footage begins with wonder: clear blue water, strange reef formations, fish moving in synchronized loops that seem too perfect to be random. But then as the dive progresses, the camera picks up something else. Not marine life. Not rock. It was a structure. At the center of the spiral, beneath just 15 meters of water, lay what looked like a dais. An ancient stone platform raised on 4 legs, partially sunken into the seabed. Atop it, carved in concentric circles, were symbols not identifiable with any known language. Each circle rotated in the opposite direction of the spiral reef around it, as if defying the flow of water itself. Divers approached, drawn in by a sense of quiet awe, but none could stay near for long. Each one described an immediate sense of unease, as if the water became colder, heavier, and somehow listening. One diver claimed to hear a tone, not through the ears but behind the skull, a steady hum that changed pitch each time he stepped in a different direction. When he turned his back to the platform, the hum stopped. When he faced it again, it resumed. The footage recorded none of this, but a low oscillating vibration appeared on the audio track, undetectable by the divers at the time. That evening, strange things began happening aboard the cruise vessel. Instruments failed. Clocks reset. A member of the team reportedly began speaking in a rhythmic chant during sleep, repeating a sequence of syllables not traceable to any language. When awoken, he had no memory, only a headache and a feeling that something had been measuring him. They returned to port and submitted their data, but it was quietly buried. The documentary was never aired. One of the producers left the industry altogether. The rest simply refused to speak of it. Still, others have tried. In 2008, a private exploration team funded by a reclusive industrialist dispatched a submersible to map the full reef system. They never reached the center. Within a radius of 300 meters, the sub's cameras began to distort, bending lines and shapes until the display became unusable. The pilot described the visuals as looking through water made of glass and shadow. He returned without incident, but swore never to dive again. What scientists cannot explain is how the reef maintains its spiral. Ocean currents should erode and scatter the limestone deposits. Yet year after year, it remains identical, precise down to every arc and turn, as if maintained. Some theorize that it's a natural anomaly created by mineral sediment and magnetic flow. Others believe it's the remnant of something older, something artificial, a message or map encoded into the earth before memory began. More esoteric theories propose that the spiral isn't just a shape, it's a containment. That the structure at its heart is not a relic of the past, but a seal, a pressure point, a warning. The Badroloka Reef is now officially labeled as a restricted marine zone for ecological preservation, but no research permits have been granted in over a decade. No buoys mark its edges. No studies have been published, and those who seek it often find that GPS tracking becomes unreliable long before they get close. One researcher, now retired, claimed that what disturbed him most wasn't the spiral, or the structure, or even the strange resonance. It was the silence, not the quiet of distance, but the silence of will, that something below the waves wants to be left alone. That every current, every coral fragment, every fish that moves in that pattern moves not because it chooses to, but because it must. The spiral doesn't protect us from what's inside, it protects what's inside from us. Part 20. Bleeding Wall of Tamra. Deep far beyond the recognized fault lines and continental divides, hidden beneath one of the most featureless regions of the southern Atlantic Ocean, lies a vertical drop known only in classified oceanic charts as the Tamra Deep. Unlike the more famous Mariana or Tonga trenches, Tamra is not the deepest place in the sea, but it is arguably the most inexplicable. It is not shaped like a canyon or a rift. It is a wall, a nearly vertical descent that stretches for kilometers without a single geological reason to exist. And within that wall, there is a place where the ocean bleeds. The Tamra Deep first came to scientific attention in the 1970s during deep-sea echo mapping conducted by a research initiative out of Brazil. The team expected to chart gentle continental slope features, but what returned from the sonar scans defied expectations, a sheer drop that extended straight downward, as if a massive slab of seafloor had simply been cut away. The sonar showed not a jagged or eroded cliff, but a flat vertical surface too perfect for any known natural process. The wall became known informally as Tamra's Descent, named after the lead geologist's daughter who had died at sea years before. The name stuck, though it never made it into formal atlases. What startled researchers most was not its shape, but what they found etched into its surface. At a depth of 6,000 meters, the wall displayed a series of deep grooves, long curved indentations that spiraled downward with eerie symmetry. The patterns didn't follow tectonic stress points or erosion lines. They were smooth, almost polished, and most disturbingly, they were deep red. The initial assumption was rust, oxidized iron seeping from subterranean vents, but samples taken by early ROV dives revealed something else entirely. The substance was organic, not blood, but something molecularly close. A thick, viscous secretion rich in iron and unidentified proteins. It clung to the wall in pulsing lines forming arterial shapes. When disturbed, it regenerated slowly, as though drawn out from within the rock itself. Hence the name whispered among those who know of it, the Bleeding Wall. Only 2 successful descents have reached the area. The first in 1983 was manned. The small capsule vessel, Athena, carried 2 researchers who reported feeling a strange sense of pressure, not from the crushing ocean around them, but inside their minds. Both later described vivid dreams during the descent, vast chambers filled with red stone, echoes that sounded like heartbeats, and something watching them from behind the wall. One scientist claimed the wall was alive. The other never spoke of the experience again and left the field entirely. The second descent, unmanned, took place in 1999 using a more advanced ROV system. Its footage has never been publicly released, but leaked internal reports suggest it captured something impossible. A slow movement, deep within the wall, a shifting behind the stone, as if something immense was stirring. The bleeding grooves thickened during the ROV's presence, secreting more of the red fluid until visibility was lost. Then the feed cut out. The ROV returned intact, but changed. Its exterior casing was coated in a layer of the same secretion, and its internal electronics had shorted in a sequence resembling neural feedback, almost as if the machine had been spoken to. Since then, the area has been restricted. Maritime authorities list it as a seismic hazard zone, though no earthquakes have been recorded there in over a century. Buoys placed nearby drift out of place. Navigation equipment loses calibration within 100 kilometers. Subsurface radar pulses return garbled echoes, often showing phantom ridges that appear and vanish between scans. One signal technician remarked that the wall seems to shift when you're not looking. But despite the silence, the bleeding wall continues. Satellite thermal readings show faint heat pulses radiating from the area, timed irregularly, but always following a crescendo pattern, as though something breathes beneath the sea. And sometimes, in rare conditions when the moonlight strikes the ocean just right, the surface waters above Tamra shimmer faintly red, as though reflecting something that should not be. Fishermen from the nearest coasts avoid the region instinctively. They don't speak of it. Some older mariners claim the wall is not a place, but a scar. A seal pressed into the crust of the world to hold something back, something ancient, something with eyes. There are myths from West African and pre-Columbian traditions that describe a place where the ocean once opened and was sealed by gods, who left behind a barrier of bloodstone to keep what was inside from returning. They speak of beings that do not die, only sleep, and that such walls must remain unbroken lest the old hunger rise again. No sonar, no camera, no diver has reached the base of the bleeding wall. It disappears into pressure and blackness, leaving behind only that vertical, impossible face etched in spirals, oozing that iron-rich secretion, as if remembering pain, or warning us of its return. It is the only place in the ocean where the water itself feels wounded, where silence does not bring calm but tension, where the sea weeps not for the lost, but for what it must keep buried. And somewhere far below where light can reach, the wall breathes. Part 21. The silence beneath Kerguelen. There is a place in the far reaches of the southern Indian Ocean where storms never stop, where the winds scream across endless waves, and even the bravest vessels avoid passage for fear of being swallowed whole. It is known as the Desolation Zone, an aptly named region surrounding the Kerguelen Plateau, a massive underwater landmass that some call a sunken continent. But within this remote wilderness of water and rock lies something stranger still. An area of unnatural calm, so profoundly silent that even the ocean itself seems to avoid it. This region is sometimes called the silence beneath Kerguelen, a term used not by locals, there are none, but by scattered whispers among oceanographers, signal technicians and naval outposts who have, at one point or another, passed too close and come back unsettled. Because in a world where the ocean is rarely still, this one place is quiet in a way that defies reason. The Kerguelen Plateau itself is massive, larger than the entirety of Western Europe, and submerged beneath thousands of meters of water. Geologically, it's a microcontinent, formed tens of millions of years ago through volcanic activity and plate movement. The bulk of it lies hidden, except for the Kerguelen Islands that break the surface, lonely volcanic ridges battered by rain and ice, home only to scattered research stations and colonies of seabirds. But beneath those jagged rocks, in the deeper folds of the plateau, lies the silence. It was first documented in 1982, during a series of French acoustic surveys meant to map the subice topography of the Southern Ocean. The team expected interference, wind noise, seismic vibrations, the constant murmurs of the sea. But what they found in one section of the plateau was a dead zone. No sound at all, no biological clicks, no tectonic rumbles, not even the faint hum of current-driven sediment. Just a black field of nothing, so complete it made the instruments look broken. They weren't. Repeated passes confirmed the anomaly. Hydrophones inserted into the water recorded silence so absolute that it became disorienting. Technicians described it as a kind of sensory vacuum, a negative pressure of the mind. Divers who later descended into the fringes of the zone reported feelings of unreality, of time moving strangely. One described it as being inside the eye of something vast. The area became a subject of quiet interest, not public. Naval documents redacted the coordinates, but over the years, ships continued to avoid it, not out of fear, but because their instruments would fail when passing through. Compass readings drifted. Sonar pulses returned warped echoes that resembled shapes, then collapsed into static. Submarines that ventured close had their internal navigation reset to meaningless coordinates, often reading as 0° N 0° E, the point in the Atlantic where GPS defaults when it loses location. But this was not the Atlantic, and this was not a coincidence. More disturbing were the sound files. In the mid-1990s, a research vessel deployed an array of low-frequency sensors into the silent region, hoping to detect microseismic events. What they captured instead was a series of tonal pulses, long harmonic signals spaced precisely apart, too regular to be natural, too deep to come from any known creature. The frequencies were barely perceptible to the human ear, but when analyzed, they showed patterns, waveforms that resembled language. Not a human language, something else, something structured. When the files were enhanced and played back, some listeners reported physical discomfort, headaches, vertigo, a strange fluttering in the chest. Others simply stopped the playback, describing the sound as wrong in a way they couldn't explain. One woman, a linguist reviewing the harmonics, compared them to a kind of musical encryption, patterns built on dissonance, as if the source was trying to mimic human communication, but didn't quite understand how. The patterns looped, shifted, changed pitch as if responding to interference. And always, between pulses, there was that low subaudible hum, a droning bass line that seemed to rise the longer you listened, as if something behind the sound was slowly waking up. More theories followed. Some believed the region was a form of natural cloaking, an acoustic blind spot created by overlapping geological layers. Others claimed it was a side effect of strange magnetic formations in the plateau's crust, where ancient volcanic structures trapped sound waves and created interference patterns. But none of these theories explained the tonal pulses, and none accounted for what happened in 2007. That year, a Russian oceanographic mission went dark while surveying the edge of the Kerguelen Plateau. For 3 days, no communication. Then just as suddenly, the vessel's signal reappeared, far off course, drifting without engine power. A French patrol ship intercepted and found the crew intact, physically unharmed, but changed. The men were silent, glassy-eyed, unresponsive. Every clock on board had stopped at the same moment, 4 hours 17 minutes and 36 seconds. When questioned later, the crew could not explain what had happened. Only one wrote anything down, scrawled in a notebook, found tucked in a bunk. "We heard it breathing." Since then, the region has been quietly monitored, but never explained. No one claims the silence is malevolent. There are no monsters, no disappearances, no open acts of destruction. Only the absolute absence of sound, a place where the ocean forgets to be alive. Some now believe the silence beneath Kerguelen is not a void, but a veil. That beneath the stillness lies something ancient and submerged, a resonance beyond comprehension, a kind of living frequency that doesn't roar but waits, not sleeping, not dead, just listening. And so the ships continue to sail around it. The charts leave it blank. The signals bounce away, and somewhere beneath that frozen silence, whatever lies hidden in the folds of the earth remains still, watching from the deep, waiting for something we were never meant to understand. It is a quiet so complete that it becomes a presence, and in that quiet, the sea keeps its oldest secret. Part 22. The Ghost Corridor of the Baltic Sea. There is a stretch of water between Sweden and Finland where strange things drift. Not just old war relics or lost fishing vessels, but stranger things, blips on sonar with no mass, vessels with no origin, echoes of movement that repeat the same pattern over and over, as if trapped in some kind of invisible loop. This region, often referred to in private as the Ghost Corridor, is a thin band of sea in the northern Baltic, rarely spoken of and even more rarely investigated. Yet among maritime navigators and deep-sea researchers, it is infamous. It began with the disappearances. Between the late 1980s and early 2000s, small civilian boats were reported missing at an unusual rate in this corridor. Not during storms or ice seasons, not in bad weather. They vanished on clear days, in calm water. There were no distress calls, no signs of wreckage. Some were later found, weeks or months later, floating adrift with everything intact, except the people. Onboard radios were tuned to the right channels. Safety vests remained stowed, food half-eaten, journals open, but the crew or passengers were simply gone. What struck investigators wasn't just the absence, it was the repetition. Boats were found along the same arc, drifting southwest, always stopping near the same coordinates before their engines died. It was as if something invisible had pulled them there, then let them go once it had what it wanted. In 2011, a privately funded Swedish expedition set out to investigate what some suspected might be magnetic anomalies, or cold water eddies responsible for dragging boats off course. What they found instead made international headlines, albeit briefly before the coverage went strangely quiet. At the bottom of the sea, around 300 feet down, the team discovered a massive circular formation, roughly 200 feet in diameter, with unnaturally straight edges and strange grooves along its perimeter. It was instantly dubbed the Baltic Sea anomaly. To the untrained eye, the sonar images resembled a crashed spaceship, complete with what looked like a ramp or staircase leading into a curved dome. But it wasn't just the shape that unsettled people, it was the interference. As the research team approached the anomaly, all electronic equipment began to fail. Cameras shorted out, lights flickered and died, even satellite phones went dark. The water itself, they reported, seemed unusually still, as if absorbing all motion. Divers who later descended into the area described a kind of oppressive pressure, not from depth, but from presence. One said it felt like being watched by something that didn't have eyes. The object or structure was made of stone-like material, but tests later showed it did not match the geology of the surrounding seabed. Samples revealed high levels of titanium, manganese, and other alloys rarely found together in natural rock formations. Some even theorized that the material was synthetic, possibly the remnant of an ancient machine, or as the more imaginative suggested, a vehicle of non-terrestrial origin. But there's more. When later expeditions returned to the anomaly, they discovered a corridor, a long narrow depression stretching northeast from the circular formation, like a trench cut into the seabed. It extended for nearly a mile, straight as a blade, ending in a second, smaller formation shaped like a crescent. This feature gave the area its newer name, the Ghost Corridor. What's unsettling is that many of the missing boats were last tracked directly above this trench. Sonar readings along the corridor showed shifting anomalies, movements not caused by currents or fish, but something else. Objects that appeared, then vanished. Metallic echoes with no clear shape. Pulses of acoustic distortion that traveled the length of the trench like whispers, repeating in waves every 19 minutes. Always 19. Never more, never less. Attempts to lower sensors into the trench often failed. Tethers snapped, cameras went blind, and when one unmanned probe managed to transmit a brief image before shutting down, it showed something impossible, what looked like artificial markings on the walls of the trench. Symbols, patterns, like writing, but not in any known language. And then came the stories. Divers who returned from the Ghost Corridor often reported dreams. Vivid, repeating dreams of drowning, but not in water, drowning in light, of hearing voices not in their ears, but in their thoughts. One diver described it as being shown memories that aren't yours. Another, weeks later, was hospitalized for psychological distress. He had begun carving symbols into his own arms. Symbols later found to resemble those recorded near the trench walls. One detail often left out of public reports is the behavior of birds in the region. Seabirds flying over the corridor have been observed veering suddenly off course, often plunging into the sea without explanation. Satellite imagery shows subtle wave patterns along the trench, long curved ripples that appear in perfect intervals, even when wind is absent, as if the sea itself is breathing. Some theories are grounded in geology. Perhaps the trench is a remnant of ancient glacial activity, and the anomaly a collapsed cave system that traps sonar. Others suggest military experimentation, magnetic weaponry, early submarine testing, or even Cold War debris fields interfering with equipment. But none of that explains the frequency pulses, or the dreams, or the fact that so many expeditions eventually go quiet, reporting equipment loss, funding cuts, or personal disturbances that lead the teams to disband. What remains undeniable is that the corridor is real, and whatever lies beneath it does not want to be known. The last major expedition, conducted in 2016, ended prematurely. Half the team reported nausea, disorientation, and memory loss after spending just 1 hour above the trench. Their footage was mostly corrupted, save for one recording where the sound cuts out completely, replaced by a single low-frequency tone that continues uninterrupted for 47 seconds. Near the end of the clip, the camera jolts sharply, as if struck from below, before going black. The crew never returned. To this day, the Ghost Corridor of the Baltic remains unmarked on public navigation maps. There is no buoy, no warning, no red zone, only quiet space and the cold, indifferent sea. But every few years, a ship goes missing, or a signal is picked up, only to fade away mid-transmission. And those who track such things know what it means. Some places in the ocean do not want to be crossed, and if you listen closely enough, far beneath the waves, you might still hear that faint pulsing rhythm, like a signal calling out across time. Not for rescue, not for help, but for return. Part 23. The Silent Zone of the Argentine Abyss. In the deep reaches of the South Atlantic, beyond the coastal stir of Argentina's bustling cities, there exists a region known only to a few, a trench so rarely traversed, so quietly guarded, it's been called the Silent Zone of the Argentine Abyss. Few speak of it in official records, and those who do often use vague language, as if hesitant to mark its position clearly on a map. But under the cover of that silence lies one of the ocean's most enigmatic locations, a shadowy scar on the seafloor where strange signals emerge. Instruments fail, and creatures not yet catalogued have been glimpsed by trembling eyes. It is not forbidden by law, but by fear, and once the stories begin, it's easy to understand why. The Argentine Abyss sits at the southern tail of the Argentine Basin, plunging into depths of nearly 6,500 meters. While the nearby Brazil and Malvinas currents swirl in dynamic complexity, the trench itself remains unnaturally still. Sailors and researchers who ventured close speak of sudden silences, the wind deadening, birds vanishing, even the rhythm of the waves becoming oddly muted. Some say it's like entering a vacuum, as if the ocean holds its breath. One of the most enduring tales surrounding the silent zone came in the summer of 1991, when a multinational deep-sea expedition known as Marco 7 went missing for 72 hours. The mission had been tracking migratory fish patterns using submersibles and was equipped with state-of-the-art telemetry. For reasons still unexplained, all communication with the team was lost after they entered the zone. When contact was re-established, the lead scientist, Dr. Claudia Sorelli, gave a brief, disjointed report before abruptly resigning from her post and withdrawing from public life. What little could be extracted from her logs told of erratic equipment failures, inexplicable sound distortions, and sightings of pulsing bioluminescent structures deep below, moving, breathing, retreating from the submersible's lights, like a colony of jellyfish, but far larger and more coordinated. It's these coordinated behaviors that continue to unsettle researchers who study the region. Most marine bioluminescence is reactive, used to lure prey or deter predators. But in the silent zone, those who've dared to dive have recorded bursts of light, pulsing in harmonic waves, spiraling around the trench in what appears to be a form of collective signaling. The lights are often accompanied by a strange humming sound, low and resonant, detectable only with specialized hydrophones. Some marine acousticians argue the pattern resembles encoded communication, too structured for mere coincidence. Others warn against projecting intelligence onto unfamiliar natural phenomena. But it wasn't only sound and light that turned the silent zone into an oceanic legend. There were physical encounters as well. In 2007, an Argentine Navy crew reported a temporary power loss while patrolling the perimeter of the trench. Their navigation systems spun wildly before the instruments died altogether. For 8 minutes, the ship drifted, its engines unresponsive. Then, just as suddenly as the malfunction had begun, everything flickered back to life. Later inspection of the onboard systems revealed no hardware issues, no logical explanation, only a spike in electromagnetic interference recorded during the blackout, similar to a geomagnetic storm, yet no such storm had occurred. Fishermen, too, have stories. Nets dragged near the trench often come back shredded, as if torn by metal claws, or not at all. One veteran trawler claimed to have seen something impossible, a whirlpool of deep green light forming in the water ahead of his vessel, silent and pulsing like a heartbeat. Moments later, the ship's hull vibrated violently, and a metallic thrum echoed through the steel. The ocean calmed within minutes, but the crew refused to return for months. The government of Argentina, when questioned, maintains that the abyss is simply a geologically complex site and not subject to restriction. But satellite data shows a curiously consistent absence of traffic in a 40-mile radius. Submarines from neighboring countries are said to avoid the area. Even commercial shipping routes are rerouted around it, as if the ocean itself insists on preserving the silence. One hypothesis suggests that the Argentine abyss may host a massive hydrothermal vent system, still undiscovered. These vents, known to sustain entire ecosystems in the pitch black of the ocean floor, could explain the strange lights and biological anomalies. But such vents typically emit heat, and thermal scans of the zone show only a chilling cold, a stillness that contradicts the presence of volcanic activity. Others suggest the trench lies atop a magnetic anomaly, a disturbance in Earth's crust that disrupts equipment and induces hallucinations. Yet magnetic anomalies do not explain the light patterns or the synchronized bioluminescence seen by divers. And then there's the matter of sound, the low-frequency hums and distorted echoes picked up by hydrophones. In 2013, a research station in the Falkland Islands recorded a signal from the trench that lasted 43 minutes. It was a slow rising tone that ended in a burst of overlapping pulses, like a choir of machines coming alive and then vanishing. The sound repeated a week later, precisely at the same time of day. Attempts to trace the source failed. To this day, the recording is used in training sessions on unexplained underwater acoustics. Despite the warnings and disappearances, some are drawn to the abyss like moths to a flame. Independent divers, thrill seekers, and rogue researchers continue to probe its borders, hoping to glimpse what others fear. Some returned shaken, others not at all. One diver described his descent as entering a cathedral of silence, where something watches but never speaks. Another claimed to feel his thoughts slow as he neared the trench, as if something ancient and deep had brushed against his consciousness, an emotion that was not his own. Is the silent zone of the Argentine abyss simply a convergence of rare natural forces, misunderstood through the lens of human imagination? Or is it something else entirely, a living system, an ancient intelligence, a hidden realm the ocean protects by cloaking it in mystery? The sea has always hidden its treasures beneath layers of silence, and in places like the Argentine abyss, that silence isn't empty, it's the sound of secrets refusing to be known. Part 24. The labyrinth beneath the Weddell Sea. In the heart of the Southern Ocean, encircled by the icy arms of Antarctica, lies a body of water so cold, so remote, and so rarely navigated that much of it remains a cartographic enigma. The Weddell Sea, often wrapped in endless sheets of drifting ice, is a realm of glassy silence and drifting solitude, but deep beneath its surface, past the freezing thresholds and into the midnight zone, lies something stranger than just frozen darkness. Sonar readings and glacial anomalies have hinted at an underwater labyrinth, an immense, possibly natural, possibly not, maze of corridors beneath the seafloor. Some call it a fluke of geology. Others believe it's a forgotten chamber, constructed, abandoned, and sealed beneath the ice before even memory could reach it. The first clues surfaced in the late 1990s, when a research vessel named Polar Sentinel deployed an autonomous submersible to map sediment displacement near the Filchner-Ronne ice shelf. As the machine descended into the frozen gloom, its sensors began registering oddly geometric voids beneath the ocean floor, uniform caverns extending horizontally in unnatural directions, all arranged in what seemed to be a pattern. At first, the discovery was attributed to Sastrugi-style ice deformation, a term for ridged snow surfaces. But the deeper the probe ventured, the stranger the layout became. Angles were too precise. Some voids were perfectly square, with equidistant branching arms, and others appeared circular with internal chambers. A second dive, scheduled months later, attempted to reach one of these formations directly. But this time, the signal vanished just before contact was made. The sub never resurfaced. All that remained was a half-transmitted data burst, strange sonar pings, followed by mechanical silence. The crew, seasoned and skeptical, were unsettled. A hushed consensus was reached. The terrain was too unstable. The site was abandoned, the report quietly buried. But whispers of what had been seen lingered in the halls of polar science. Years passed before another mission attempted to verify the claim. A multinational team returned, this time better equipped. Underneath nearly 900 meters of ice and 3,000 meters of water, they finally confirmed it, a cavern complex stretching across kilometers. Its walls reflected sonar with almost crystalline precision. Yet what truly baffled the researchers wasn't the structure's shape, but the temperature inside. The readings, taken at various points within the void, showed temperatures rising several degrees higher than the surrounding waters. Not enough to be volcanic, not enough to be comforting, just enough to suggest activity. Some speculated that warm brine might be seeping from geologic fractures, but brine doesn't hum, and that's what the hydrophones caught next. A deep, low vibration, like an echo being passed back and forth across the chambers. It wasn't seismic, it wasn't mechanical, it pulsed irregularly, like something breathing in the dark. A sound with no known source, impossible to triangulate. And then it stopped, just as suddenly as it had begun. After that, rumors swirled that the team had found what looked like a broken pylon, almost like a collapsed tower rising from the seafloor. It had no growths on it, no barnacles, no trace of marine life clinging to its surface, as if it had only recently arrived, or worse, as if nothing dared to touch it. The sample they extracted from its base didn't match the surrounding stone. It wasn't basalt, it wasn't granite. Some claimed it resembled a synthetic compound, a blend of minerals fused in a way no tectonic process could replicate. But the official reports dismissed the finding as glacial abrasion deposits and closed the case. The actual sample, quietly removed and never mentioned again. What's perhaps most chilling is what followed. The same year the team returned from the Weddell site, several of the researchers reportedly resigned without public explanation. One of them, a geophysicist from Sweden, disappeared months later while hiking alone in Sarek National Park. His notes, later found in a sealed envelope, contained a single sentence scrawled across the final page. "It was watching us from underneath." The handwriting was frantic, the ink smudged. Skeptics argue this is little more than cold-induced paranoia, combined with the psychological effects of prolonged darkness. Others aren't so sure. The Weddell Sea has long been avoided by seafarers. Its weather turns savage without warning. Its magnetic fields are known to interfere with compasses. Even the ice moves strangely there, fracturing in perfect lines, reforming faster than radar can predict. Some believe this is where the Earth forgets its rules, or where something else enforces different ones. Stories persist of Soviet expeditions in the 1960s that ventured too far into the ice and never returned. One tale tells of a crew who radioed in a final message before vanishing completely. "There is a light under the ice. It's not the sun." Whether real or not, the Weddell Labyrinth remains unexplored, untouched, hidden beneath thousands of tons of cold, crushing silence. A void built not just by time or tectonics, but by something with symmetry in mind. Something that waits. And so the mystery endures, a dark cathedral beneath the southern pole, humming with forgotten signals and impossible shapes. The kind of place no current can cleanse, and no current science can explain. Whether it's a chamber of the Earth or the echo of something far older, the labyrinth beneath the Weddell Sea remains one of the most unsettling ocean secrets ever half-glimpsed. Part 25. The whispering circles of the Baltic deeps off the coasts of Sweden and Finland. Hidden beneath the grey expanse of the Baltic Sea lies a formation that continues to baffle oceanographers, military analysts and geologists alike. Discovered by accident in 2011 by a team of treasure hunters using sonar to locate shipwrecks, the structure at first glance seemed like just another anomaly on the seafloor. But as they approached, it became clear this was no sunken vessel. What they had found was a massive, perfectly circular object, nearly 200 feet in diameter, resting quietly at the bottom of the sea. A formation that looked so manufactured, so deliberate, that some would come to refer to it simply as the Baltic Sea anomaly. The first thing that struck the crew wasn't just the shape, but the texture. The sonar image showed grooves and ridges carved across its surface in concentric patterns, like rings of an ancient tree, or the deliberate etchings of a forgotten language. Even more mysterious was what appeared to be a set of stair-like ledges leading to a plateau, as if the object had been built to be walked upon. The sides descended sharply into the seabed, and part of the structure curved upward in a shape eerily reminiscent of a tail fin or rudder, prompting the first wild speculations that this might be an ancient submarine, or even something not of this world. When the team returned with diving equipment to examine it directly, they found the descent murky and disorienting. Visibility dropped quickly, as if the water itself were thicker near the anomaly. Divers reported a strange stillness, a heavy pressing silence, as they approached the site. One of the first things they noted was that electronic equipment had begun to malfunction. Cameras flickered, communication with the surface crackled, and in one unsettling moment, an underwater ROV simply shut down without explanation, its systems fried and unrecoverable. When the divers finally reached the anomaly and touched its surface, they described the material as cold, not just from the surrounding water, but unusually cold, a few degrees lower than everything else around it. The surface was harder than expected, metallic in some places, almost like volcanic glass in others. Samples were taken, and once tested, the results were inconclusive. The material appeared to be a fusion of sandstone, metals and other elements not easily explainable as natural sediment. But the strangeness didn't stop there. Divers described hearing sounds beneath the water, not mechanical, not biological, but faint vibrations that echoed through the structure itself. Some likened it to a slow rhythmic thrum, as though the formation were pulsing gently, like a machine in rest mode. Others heard clicking patterns, reminiscent of sonar, but unlike anything marine life would emit. These sounds stopped the moment the divers withdrew. Above the anomaly, satellite-based sensors occasionally showed mild magnetic distortions. Compass readings near the site were reported to spin erratically, and localized equipment often lost its ability to calibrate. Some suggested this might be due to natural magnetic rock deposits, but the formations around the anomaly didn't match the geological profiles of the surrounding seabed. It was as if the anomaly didn't belong there at all. As word of the anomaly spread, theories multiplied. Some posited it was a glacial deposit, carved by ancient ice sheets as they retreated. Others believed it might be the remains of an ancient fortress, swallowed by the sea after a massive tectonic shift. But what made the anomaly so captivating wasn't just the physical structure, it was the pattern. When detailed sonar scans were overlaid with 3D mapping algorithms, they revealed symmetrical indentations radiating from the object in all directions, like ripples frozen in stone. They weren't random. They followed an almost musical spacing, equal intervals, equal lengths, like a message encoded not in language, but in geometry. Swedish naval archives reportedly contain declassified documents referencing unexplained sonar returns from the region as far back as the 1950s. Cold War-era submarines had once navigated these waters and recorded anomalies, zones where instruments misfired and sound behaved strangely. No official explanation was ever given. One diver claimed that in the weeks after their expedition, he received an unmarked envelope with only one thing inside: a satellite photograph showing the same anomaly, but taken over a decade before its supposed discovery. The implication was clear: it had been known and ignored for far longer than admitted. But perhaps most haunting are the stories that emerged from the folklore of nearby fishing communities. Long before sonar, before modern ships, sailors in the Baltic spoke of the Whispering Floor, a place where nets broke for no reason, where anchors slipped without sound, where in the deep stillness of fog-laced waters, some claimed to hear voices, not loud, not human, but murmuring up from below, as if the ocean itself were remembering something long buried. Could it be that the Baltic Sea anomaly is more than just rock, more than accident? Some theorists believe it may be a remnant of a civilization erased by time. Others whisper of ancient technologies, crash landings, or vessels that never left because they were never meant to. Whatever it is, it continues to sit there, unmoving, unaffected by the passing years, as though waiting for what? No one knows. But those who have seen it, those who have heard the whisper beneath the sea, rarely forget it. The Baltic's cold grip holds many wrecks, but only one leaves you wondering whether it wrecked itself, or whether it was placed there, a monument to something humanity hasn't yet remembered, or perhaps was never meant to. Part 26. The submerged warning of Sable Ridge, far out in the North Atlantic, in a patch of ocean long considered treacherous by sailors, lies an unusual formation known only to a few coastal researchers and deep-sea explorers. It isn't marked on commercial maps, and there are no official warnings about it issued by maritime authorities. And yet, those who operate in these waters, the old fishing captains, the salvage crews, and even modern drone operators, know to stay far away. They call it Sable Ridge, a strange elevation rising from the seafloor, almost like a finger stretching upward through the darkness. But the danger is not from reefs or currents. The danger is something else entirely, something that seems to resonate from below, vibrating in frequencies that aren't heard, but felt, something that whispers warnings into the bones of those who drift too close. It all began with a classified British naval expedition in 1964. During the height of Cold War paranoia, a specialized vessel fitted with experimental sonar was tasked with surveying anomalies off the eastern Canadian coast, areas where submarine signals had been repeatedly lost without trace. They called the operation a mapping mission, but some of the scientists aboard suspected they were chasing something more. They never said it aloud, but many on board believed they were hunting ghost signals, pings that would echo back for a moment and then vanish completely, as if swallowed by something too smooth, too hollow, or too intelligent. The ship passed above what is now called Sable Ridge, and something happened. Sonar equipment began to fail in a precise rhythm, as if the signal interference was patterned, not random. It came in waves, disrupting instruments every 9 minutes and 17 seconds. That consistency terrified the scientists. One even noted in his journal that it felt less like interference and more like a heartbeat. The mission was cut short without explanation. The logs that made it to the surface were redacted beyond use. But rumors spread among naval circles, quiet rumors, and they all said the same thing. The ridge pulses, and the closer you go, the more you feel like something is pulsing back. Decades later, a group of oceanographers funded by a private European institute returned to the same location. Their goal was to perform deep-sea scans with autonomous drones, believing modern technology could succeed where Cold War analogs had failed. But from the moment their equipment descended, anomalies began. The first drone returned with corrupted footage, but not due to data loss. The visuals were intact. It was the content that disturbed them. The video showed smooth trenches carved into the slope of the ridge, shapes that looked polished, not by erosion, but by design. Spiraling grooves too symmetrical to be natural. One researcher said it reminded her of fossilized architecture, buildings reduced to skeletal outlines. Others weren't so poetic. One simply said it looked like a warning carved in stone. Of the 3 drones deployed, only one ever surfaced again. The second sent back no data. The third continued transmitting for over 14 hours before its signal abruptly cut. Not in a crash, not in a power failure. The signal, according to every log, was swallowed by silence, like something had absorbed it mid-transmission. When a search vessel descended to attempt recovery, they found nothing but smooth, undisturbed seabed where the drone had been. No wreckage, no metallic signature, only pressure readings that suggested the ridge had exhaled in a sudden burst of current just moments before. Curiously, every biological sensor in that zone also showed a vacuum. There were no fish, no plankton, not even deep-dwelling crustaceans. The water around Sable Ridge, while crystal clear and chemically neutral, was entirely devoid of life. Some proposed the hypothesis of a localized dead zone, perhaps from toxic mineral seepage or electromagnetic pulses. But others argued that even toxins would leave behind remains, tiny skeletons, dead jellyfish, bacteria. Instead, Sable Ridge seemed to erase biology entirely, like a sterilized pocket in the ocean's memory. Then came the audio tapes. A month after the drones vanished, one of the researchers, Dr. Arent Vos, reported that his team began experiencing lucid dreams. Every one of them, dreams of circular structures lit by shifting bioluminescence, dreams of static humming inside flooded tunnels. They hadn't shared these dreams at first, fearing stress or coincidence, but when they described what they had seen, their drawings matched down to impossible detail. A ring of 9 spires, a staircase made of angled rock, and at the very center, something shaped like an altar, if altars could breathe. To confirm or disprove the hallucinations, Dr. Vos played back the raw hydrophone data captured during the ridge survey. One frequency spike caught his attention, barely audible, but layered in multiple tones. When processed and slowed down, it formed what resembled a harmonic chant. 6 notes, then silence, then 6 again, never changing, never faltering. It continued for hours in the background, beneath the sonar pings and current measurements. Some believed it was natural, a byproduct of tectonic vibrations, but others weren't so sure, especially when they discovered something odd in the spectrogram. A sharp vertical slice, repeating every 917 seconds. The exact timing reported in the 1964 mission, a cycle that had never stopped. Today, no sanctioned missions are sent near the ridge. The Canadian Coast Guard refuses to acknowledge the name. Commercial vessels are silently rerouted. Satellite images show nothing, but every now and then, odd signals still echo from beneath. Always rhythmic, always distant, and always timed to the beat of something that's never been seen but might still be watching. The deeper you go, the more the ridge seems not like a place, but like a pulse. Something buried not to be studied, but to be forgotten. Part 27, the underwater vault of Havana. Off the coast of Cuba, near the warm turquoise waters of Havana Bay, lies one of the most unusual and controversial discoveries ever made beneath the sea. It's not a shipwreck or a trench, not even a lost city in the usual sense. It is something far more bizarre, what appears to be an enormous complex of geometric stone structures lying deep beneath the Caribbean Sea. Some believe it's a natural formation, others are convinced it's a lost civilization, but those who've studied the sonar readings call it something else entirely. The underwater vault of Havana, a place forbidden not by law, but by mystery. A place where science, politics and the impossible seem to collide. In the early 2000s, a team of marine engineers working for a Canadian exploration company known as Advanced Digital Communications were scanning the seafloor in the Yucatan Channel. The project was fairly routine, a high-resolution sonar sweep of the ocean floor as part of an underwater mapping initiative. The waters off Cuba are known for their submarine topography, steep drop-offs, coral shelves, and old trade routes littered with the debris of centuries. But that day, the sonar registered something strange, something that stopped the engineers cold. At a depth of over 2,000 feet, the seafloor suddenly showed an array of symmetrical structures, massive blocks arranged in grid-like patterns, some appearing to form pyramids, others resembling corridors or large flat plazas. It was not a jumbled mess like you'd find in a landslide or earthquake. It looked designed. At first, the team thought it had to be a software glitch, perhaps interference from underwater volcanic rock, or a trick of perspective caused by light and depth. But further scans confirmed the results. The formations extended over several square miles and bore striking geometrical regularity. It was as if an entire city had been frozen in time and submerged without a trace. No record, no name, just silence. The engineers presented their findings to the Cuban government, which initially showed great interest. The site became a subject of joint research between Cuban scientists and the Canadian team. A marine geologist named Paulina Zalitsky, one of the leaders of the exploration, gave interviews suggesting that these structures might date back over 6,000 years, possibly even earlier. If true, they would predate the Egyptian pyramids and Mesoamerican civilizations by millennia. The implications were enormous. Not only would it suggest that a complex culture existed in the Caribbean during a time when human history barely had cities, it might also imply that an entire chapter of civilization was erased by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. But then, everything went quiet. Not long after the initial discoveries were publicized, reports of further expeditions dried up. The collaboration ended, interviews were cancelled, funding vanished. Zalitsky's public statements became more cautious, and eventually almost non-existent. Some speculated that the Cuban government, under pressure from international entities, had closed off the site for political reasons. Others whispered of a quiet military operation using the research as a cover, and still others believed something had been found, something too disruptive to share. Of course, there are skeptics. Some geologists believe the entire city is a misinterpretation of underwater ridges, natural plateaus and erosion patterns shaped by millennia of ocean currents. They argue that people are seeing what they want to see, projecting human order onto a chaotic natural formation. But even those experts admit the sonar images are unusual, too sharp, too consistent. Without direct footage or excavated artifacts, the underwater vault of Havana remains an enigma. No divers have reached it. We were before we became who we are. And so the vault sleeps, silent, unreachable, and possibly unreadable. A city without a name, in a place without a past. Just shadowy ruins in the deep waiting. Part 28. The black current of Hoshijojima, far south of Tokyo, past the shimmering skyscrapers and bullet train veins of modern Japan, lies a chain of volcanic islands born from fire and tide. Among them is Hoshijojima, a quiet, green-draped place known for its hot springs, rugged cliffs, and haunting stillness. But beneath its waters, something else flows, something darker. The fishermen call it Kuroshio no Kaiji, the shadow of the black current, a shifting zone of turbulence, magnetic interference, and strange vanishings that few speak of in public, but all seem to know. Hoshijojima sits near the path of the Kuroshio current, Japan's own version of the Gulf Stream. It brings warm, nutrient-rich waters from the Philippine Sea northward, feeding ecosystems and shaping climate patterns for much of East Asia. It's one of the most powerful ocean currents on Earth, but around this island, it behaves strangely. The current fractures, sometimes forming whirlpools or descending funnels that reach into the deep. Satellite data has shown sudden, unnatural temperature drops in narrow strips of ocean, despite being surrounded by warm waters. Boats traveling through the zone report instrument malfunctions, GPS scrambling, and even temporary blindness among crew members, a fog, not of weather, but of the mind. The Japanese Coast Guard has mapped the area multiple times, but no consistent anomaly has ever been formally acknowledged. Still, local authorities quietly redirect certain shipping routes, and you'll find old hand-drawn maps in village homes that mark patches of sea with an X and the word Kyotai, vanished. Local lore stretches back centuries. Fishermen from the Edo period spoke of the sea falling away without warning. Nets dropped into calm waters would suddenly tighten and vanish, pulled by something they never saw. Entire boats, small merchant vessels, fishing skiffs, gone without a sound, never found. Survivors, few as they are, tell the same story, a sense of wrongness in the air, static clinging to the skin, time moving differently. One described rowing for hours only to find he had barely moved a kilometer. Another claimed to see lights beneath the waves, like cities flickering through the water, pulsing in a rhythm that did not feel human. In the 1970s, a research submersible from a Tokyo university was sent to explore an underwater ravine near Hoshijojima, using newly available sonar and magnetometers. It was a bold project, one of the first deep mapping missions off the island. The submersible descended for 90 minutes and transmitted stable data, was recovered over 80 kilometers away, its casing warped as if exposed to intense pressure or heat. No burn marks, no signs of collision, just damage with no origin. Some claimed the area was home to an undiscovered thermal vent system or seismic instability, but the surrounding ocean floor showed no volcanic activity strong enough to explain it. Divers avoid the region now. Even the most experienced among them talk about the heavy sea, a weight that settles on the shoulders once you drop beneath the surface. They say the water hums, not in your ears, but in your chest, like a vibration without a source. One diver reported a brief blackout, no loss of air, no equipment failure, just a complete blankness. He awoke several minutes later, drifting far from his descent point, as if something had moved him. Then there's the story of the Shinkai, a private survey vessel from the 1990s. Funded by a scientific institute, but operated independently, it attempted to explore the deepest point of the anomalous zone near Hoshijojima with a tethered drone. The drone descended, sending back high-resolution imagery, barren stone, then a slope, then a cavernous opening that didn't match any seafloor geology known in the region. As the camera moved closer, strange distortions began to appear, fractal patterns across the screen, like reflections in broken glass. The lights on the drone flickered, and then, an image, a single frame. To this day, it is debated whether the image was a glitch or a glimpse of something real. It showed a structure, not coral, not rock, something square, with etched lines repeating symbols along its surface, partly buried in sediment. The feed cut out seconds later, and the drone was never recovered. The team kept the frame, but no two analysts can agree on what it is. Some call it pareidolia, others say it's the edge of a submerged vault, a few go further calling it a warning. Geologists have theorized about fault lines converging beneath the island, suggesting that magnetic anomalies could come from underground mineral deposits reacting to tidal forces. But the data is inconsistent. Seismographs sometimes register tremors that don't align with tectonic movement. Sound sensors pick up deep pulses, ultra-low frequencies that travel for hours and defy classification. Even marine life behaves differently near the black current. Schools of fish avoid it completely. Dolphins change course, sometimes violently, when nearing its outer edge. Satellite thermal maps continue to show irregular patterns, zones that go cold for hours, then vanish. The current itself warps visibly from above, as if something large is moving through it below the surface. But nothing ever surfaces. Hoshijojima is a peaceful island. Tourists come for its cliffs and flowers, its quiet rhythms and starlit skies. But the locals still tell stories. They leave offerings at the edge of certain coves, not for gods, but for those who never returned. A carved piece of driftwood, a piece of cloth, a bowl of sack left beside the tide. They don't speak of the black current in full voice, but they feel it, always, whispering just beneath the waves, hiding something vast, something old, something that pulls at the fabric of reality itself. Not a place on any map, just a flow in the sea, and a question that no one can answer. Not yet. Part 29. The Abyss Beneath Dragon's Triangle. There are places on this planet where the rules begin to feel different, where the ocean doesn't just stretch in distance, but in possibility, becoming stranger, darker, and older than memory. One such place lies east of Japan, between the Bonan Islands and the coast of the Philippines. It's known to some as the Devil's Sea, but to others, especially locals and fishermen who've lost vessels without explanation, it's called the Dragon's Triangle. At first glance, it might seem like any other stretch of the Pacific, a vast, seemingly empty expanse. But this triangle has gained a reputation almost as infamous as the Bermuda Triangle. Disappearances, distortions, ghost ships, and ancient legends all swirl around this part of the ocean, like a fog that refuses to lift. And the deeper you dive into the stories, the more impossible it becomes to look away. The mystery begins not with a single incident, but with a pattern. For centuries, records from Japanese maritime logs described strange vanishing points within this region, entire fleets consumed without a trace. In the 1950s, the Japanese government officially declared the area dangerous to navigation after 5 military vessels vanished in the space of a few years. Over 700 people were lost, and no wreckage was ever recovered. These weren't small fishing boats or isolated accidents. They were warships, monitored and manned, traveling under clear skies, and they simply stopped existing. One of the most cited stories is that of the research vessel Kaio Maru No. 5, which vanished in 1953 while investigating the disappearance of other ships. Equipped with skilled crew and state-of-the-art equipment for its time, the Kaio Maru sent out a final radio signal before falling silent. When search efforts were launched, nothing was found, not even a floating crate or a life vest. The mission to find answers only added another unsolved chapter to the growing mystery. But to understand why the Dragon's Triangle holds such eerie weight, you have to look further back, beyond modern shipping records and into ancient myth. In Japanese folklore, there are stories of underwater palaces and dragons that guard invisible thresholds beneath the sea. Some fishermen tell of whirlpools that open without warning, pulling entire boats into the deep. Others whisper of glowing lights under the waves, too steady to be natural and too slow to be aircraft. These legends go back hundreds of years and weren't written in horror novels or thrillers. They were passed down in the oral traditions of communities that lived by the sea and lost people to it. Geologists have tried to explain away some of these mysteries with natural phenomena. The Dragon's Triangle sits on the edge of a highly active tectonic region. Volcanic activity on the ocean floor could create sudden changes in water temperature or even underwater explosions, powerful enough to disrupt ships or disorient pilots. Methane hydrate pockets, trapped within the seabed, might destabilize and suddenly erupt, reducing water density and causing vessels to sink without warning. Earthquakes, landslides, and deep-sea currents also contribute to this volatile environment. But even with these explanations, there's something strange about how often ships in this zone are simply never found. No debris, no oil slick, no signal. It's as if some stories simply slip through the cracks of the world. Then there are the magnetic anomalies. Several pilots have reported sudden compass malfunctions when flying over this region. Their instruments spin out of control, GPS signals vanish, and radio communications fail for minutes at a time. The sky might remain clear, the sea calm, but the instruments behave as though the world beneath them has shifted. Some researchers believe this could be due to rare magnetic minerals embedded in the seafloor, or perhaps fluctuations in the Earth's geomagnetic field. But others aren't so sure. In some of these accounts, the equipment only fails while over a specific, invisible boundary, then returns to normal the moment they leave, like flying over something the ocean wants to hide. Among the strangest accounts are those involving time distortions. A few survivors, fishermen who returned dazed and confused, spoke of time behaving oddly. One man claimed that what felt like hours at sea turned out to be only 20 minutes when he checked his clock. Another swore that he'd seen stars appear in the middle of the day, only to be surrounded by fog and silence. Their boats were intact, their memories frayed, and no one could quite explain where they'd been or what they'd passed through. Some have drawn comparisons to the Bermuda Triangle, arguing that both regions are built more on myth than measurable fact. But the Dragon's Triangle has one key difference: it's far less studied. While the Atlantic has been mapped in greater detail due to trade routes and traffic, the Pacific, especially this section of it, remains a vast shifting realm of ridges, trenches, and volcanic arcs. There are places down there no probe has reached, no sonar has scanned, and no human has seen. And in the silence of that unknown, legends grow roots. In recent years, attempts have been made to explore the region more thoroughly. Oceanographers have launched remote vehicles to map the terrain. Some of what they found only deepened the intrigue. Towering underwater pyramids, cavern systems wider than city blocks, heat signatures without an obvious volcanic source, and on more than one occasion, equipment has gone missing mid-dive, tether lines snapping, signal feeds cutting out. the ocean returning nothing but silence. There's one particular spot, near the Iso-Bonin Trench, that continues to baffle experts. It's a depression in the seafloor, shaped almost like an open eye. Not a trench, not a crater, something else. Its rim is sharply defined, as if something burned or carved it into the crust of the earth. Sonar imaging shows odd reflections from within, inconsistent with normal rock or sediment. Some think it's a collapsed magma chamber. Others wonder if it's something artificial, or worse, something still active. Whatever the truth is, the Dragon's Triangle remains one of Earth's greatest marine enigmas. It challenges our certainty, it refuses resolution, and it stands as a reminder that not all questions are ready to be answered. Sometimes, they're meant to drift, deep and slow, beneath the waves, where time forgets them, and only the sea remembers. Part 30. The Corridor of Silence beneath Bouvet Island. Far south in the icy embrace of the South Atlantic lies an island so remote, so desolate, and so fiercely guarded by the elements that few humans have ever set foot upon it. Bouvet Island, a small, uninhabited volcanic island claimed by Norway, is sometimes called the loneliest place on Earth. But it's not the island itself that draws the attention of deep-sea researchers and conspiracy theorists alike. It's what surrounds it, or more precisely, what lies beneath it. This corner of the world, shielded by ice floes and battered year-round by brutal winds and towering waves, has long been shrouded in secrecy. It is not part of any common shipping route. Aircraft rarely fly over it, and due to the extreme difficulty of landing, there are virtually no permanent instruments stationed on the island. But under the crushing silence of the frigid sea, something strange seems to stir. In the early 2000s, a joint scientific mission placed a network of underwater listening devices, hydrophones, across several oceanic fault zones. One was planted near the seabed southeast of Bouvet Island. It was a region believed to be geologically quiet, a good candidate for background noise measurement, but what they recorded instead was anything but silence. Over a span of 3 years, the sensor picked up an intermittent signal that sounded artificial, but only barely. It was a low, drawn-out pulse, like a sonar ping that had been slowed down, stretched thin, and nearly devoured by distance. Each pulse lasted approximately 10 seconds and echoed faintly through the water. The sound would vanish for weeks at a time, only to reappear, slightly altered, with a deeper resonance, as though it had passed through a new chamber of rock or ice. The researchers dubbed it the corridor signal, believing it originated from a deep underwater trench near the base of Bouvet's submerged volcano. Sonar maps of the area showed an unusually symmetrical rift, descending nearly 2 kilometers into the Earth's crust. It was a place where 2 tectonic microplates met and scraped slowly past each other, but the movement was smooth, lacking the jarring earthquakes normally expected. It was eerily stable, almost unnaturally so. Speculation soon followed. Was the signal simply a side effect of tectonic stress, a natural echo of underwater landslides, reverberating strangely due to the trench's acoustics, or was it something else entirely? The pattern, to some, felt too structured, not entirely random, as if it were attempting to communicate or measure. Because Bouvet Island is a protected nature reserve, no deep-sea expedition has ever drilled near the signal's origin. However, satellite data and occasional drone flights have observed faint, shimmering distortions in the waters south of the island. At first dismissed as mirages caused by temperature inversion, a few images revealed something far more puzzling: a recurring swirl in the ocean's surface. A vortex roughly 30 meters across, appearing seasonally during the region's darkest months, when the sun barely grazes the sky. Old maritime records were soon unearthed. A Soviet weather vessel, the Slava Mir, documented an unusual occurrence near Bouvet in 1979, a day when compasses failed, and the crew reported hearing a deep groaning from the hull, even though no physical stress was detected. The report was buried in old archives, but the coordinates match the region later defined as the Corridor of Silence. Adding to the puzzle is a now declassified Cold War-era document referring to a zone of interference in the South Atlantic, codenamed Vostok Echo. Though vague, the file implies that submarines from multiple nations would temporarily lose sonar functionality in this region. Communication disruptions, disoriented crew, even reports of ghost echoes, sonar returns with no physical object detected. were all attributed to what one document called an acoustic curtain, with no apparent source. Some believe there is a deep vent system beneath the island, one that funnels geothermal energy into the trench in complex pulses, like the rhythmic breathing of the earth. Others whisper darker possibilities, that the region may harbor a concealed base, not human in origin, or a passageway, a massive cavern network beneath the seafloor that opens only under rare tidal conditions, exhaling strange sounds before sealing once more into silence. What remains undisputed is this: the corridor of silence beneath Bouvet Island is real. The signal is Dragon's Triangle in the Western Pacific. Off the southeastern coast of Japan lies a stretch of ocean cloaked in folklore, dread, and whispered warnings from generations of sailors. It is a place few outside Asia know by name, though its legends rival those of the Bermuda Triangle. The locals call it the Ma no Umi, the Sea of the Devil, but to the world beyond, it is known simply as the Dragon's Triangle. Roughly drawn, it stretches between Japan, the Bonin Islands and Guam, forming a shape that mimics its Atlantic counterpart. And just like the Bermuda Triangle, it has claimed countless vessels, sparked government investigations, and left behind questions that trail into darkness. But while the Bermuda Triangle leans into chaos, storms, currents, and vanishing aircraft, the Dragon's Triangle feels different.
Heavier, quieter,
stranger. Beneath the surface, a chain of underwater volcanoes forms a cracked, smoking backbone across the seabed. These are no ordinary volcanic ridges. The seafloor here is alive, groaning with tectonic friction. Japan sits at the intersection of four shifting plates, and deep beneath this triangle lies a hidden cauldron of geological energy, trenches so deep they press into the Earth's mantle, and lava chambers that breathe with ancient heat. It is a realm in constant motion, but that motion does not always obey the patterns we expect. Fishermen from Okinawa and coastal Japan have passed down stories for centuries, of lights rising from the sea in the dead of night, forming spirals in the air before vanishing, of entire fleets swallowed, not by storm, but by silence. In the 1950s, a Japanese government vessel, the Kaiyumaru Nomad 5, was sent to investigate one of the region's submarine volcanoes. With a full scientific team aboard, the ship vanished without a trace. No wreckage was recovered, no signal was heard.
Just a last quiet radio transmission.
A position marker, cut off mid-word. Afterward, the zone was declared too dangerous for further study. Later satellite mapping revealed something unsettling. Beneath the Dragon's Triangle lies a series of symmetrical ridges, parallel lines that span nearly 100 kilometers, like the markings of some vast creature clawed into the seabed. Some say they are tectonic formations, mere scars of continental movement. Others believe they resemble man-made corridors, too even, too consistent to be accidental. Structures built before the sea swallowed them. Among the most persistent legends is that of the submerged city of Yonaguni. Off the southern coast of Japan's Yonaguni Island lies a submerged rock formation that defies easy explanation. Massive flat-faced terraces plunge stepwise into the sea, shaped like ziggurats carved from the seabed. Their angles are sharp, their surfaces sometimes etched with what look like symbols or steps. While mainstream geology claims the formation is natural, a result of earthquake fracturing, divers and researchers have noted features that feel deliberate. A massive archway, stone pillars, long corridors lined like ceremonial paths. Some propose Yonaguni is a remnant of an ancient civilization.
Perhaps the fabled Mu.
Or some predecessor to early Japanese culture, lost in prehistory. If true, it would rewrite our understanding of civilization's timeline. If false, it remains one of the most compelling natural illusions ever discovered beneath the sea. But the deeper unease doesn't come from Yonaguni's ruins, or the volcanoes. It comes from what the ocean does to time itself in the Dragon's Triangle. Sailors speak of clocks slowing, compasses spinning, and radios falling into static even on clear days. One submarine crew, in a post-mission debriefing, claimed they lost nearly an hour of perceived time. Their instruments never changed, but their own memories disagreed with the logs. Another diver, exploring wreckage off the coast of Hachijon-jima, surfaced in panic, mumbling in a language his team didn't recognize.
He had been underwater for 10 minutes.
But his oxygen tank read nearly empty. There are places in the ocean where the laws of physics appear to fray at the edges, where sound bends, where gravity feels uncertain.
Where time forgets itself.
The Dragon's Triangle is one such place, not loud like a storm, not bright like a flare, but quiet, brooding, always listening, as if it remembers things we don't. For now we pass above it, tracking its waters from satellites and sensors, pretending it is just another patch of sea. But the truth is older than our maps. The shadows down there stretch further than we dare to follow. And what sleeps in those shadows, in the heat of the trenches, in the ruins beneath Yonaguni, in the fault lines that breathe with slow fire, is not waiting to be found. It is waiting to be left alone. Part 32. The forgotten abyss of the Angola Basin south of the equator, far beneath the familiar shipping lanes of the Atlantic Ocean, lies a region so vast and so quiet that its name rarely crosses the lips of even seasoned sailors. Yet the Angola Basin stretches for hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, a sunken world where darkness reigns unbroken, and where the silence is not just the absence of sound, but something deeper, older, and more permanent. Here, between the western coast of Africa and the mid-Atlantic ridge, the seafloor drops into a cold, sprawling basin. It is one of the flattest and most featureless stretches of deep ocean known to science, and yet paradoxically, it is also one of the most mysterious. Because in a place so empty, even the smallest anomaly feels monumental. Few expeditions have dared to explore the Angola Basin in detail. It is remote, difficult to reach, and lacks the dramatic terrain that usually attracts research vessels. But the few who have gone down, in deep-sea submersibles, towed camera rigs or acoustic surveys, have returned with strange data. The floor of the basin is punctuated not by ridges or vents, but by curious depressions, circular sinkholes in the sediment, perfectly smooth and often several meters wide. They appear in patterns, rows, spirals, geometric formations that defy the chaos of nature. No volcano could have formed them. No simple current could have carved them. They are too regular, too precise. In one expedition, cameras lowered nearly 5,000 meters captured footage of a long furrowed trench, not a natural break in the crust, but what looked like a plowed path, stretching for over a kilometer across the seabed. The trench was flanked by ridged edges, as if something enormous had scraped along the basin floor, displacing tons of sediment without collapsing the edges inward. The footage was classified upon return. Only fragments of the original images ever surfaced. They show nothing definitive, but they leave a lingering feeling, as if something had moved through that place, something deliberate, something ancient. Whispers among oceanographers suggest that the Angola Basin might be the grave of something long forgotten, not a civilization, necessarily, but perhaps a structure, or a vessel, or a presence. Some even refer to it as the deep cradle, an area of such perfect stillness that even sonar pulses behave differently when scanned across it. Sound waves seem to flatten there. Echoes come back slower, weaker, almost muted, as if the water itself is denser, heavier, or as if the basin is filled with something that absorbs sound and perhaps thought. In 1996, a research station operating on the coast of Angola detected a series of rhythmic vibrations deep in the Atlantic. They were not seismic tremors. They did not correspond to whale migrations or tectonic shifts. They came every 11 minutes, like a breath, pulses that spread outward from a single point near the basin's center. The source was never identified. Eventually, the pattern stopped, but those who analyzed the data noted something odd. The pulses weren't just physical. They carried a low-frequency hum that triggered anomalies in nearby navigation systems. Ships in the area reported failing gyroscopes, flickering lights, and in one case, the sensation of being followed by something just beneath the keel, even in calm seas. No wrecks have ever been recovered from the Angola Basin. That in itself is strange. Such a vast area of ocean should have caught debris from storms, stray containers, fallen satellites. But the basin is eerily clean, as though it absorbs more than just sound, as though it swallows memory. In one of the rare crude dives into the basin's edge, a veteran pilot named Kasim Barreto reported seeing a faint shimmer in the water ahead of the submersible, a distortion, like heat mirage underwater. For a brief moment, his instruments scrambled, lights dimmed. The external camera cut out. When it resumed, the shimmer was gone, but the timestamp on the internal log had jumped ahead by 4 minutes. Barreto swore they hadn't moved. but the coordinates had shifted slightly, as though the ocean had nudged them or reset something. There's a legend among West African coastal communities about a sea that remembers. They speak of a place where the spirits of the drowned are not lost but stored, not in torment, but in waiting. According to these tales, the deeper the basin, the older the memory, and the Angola Basin, they say, remembers everything. Not just the shipwrecks or the whales or the fallen satellites, but the shapes that moved across the earth before we had words to name them. Some believe the basin is one of Earth's hidden lungs, a place where ancient life still pulses, where things we once knew, perhaps instinctively, have simply gone quiet. Not extinct, not gone, just asleep. Waiting beneath the sediment, beneath the low hum of forgotten frequencies. Still listening, still breathing. And perhaps that is why we avoid it. Not because it is loud with danger, but because it is too quiet, too perfect. A place so still it begins to feel like a mirror held up to time itself, reflecting not the chaos of the ocean, but the void underneath it. Part 33. The Forgotten Currents of the Scotia Sea. The Scotia Sea doesn't announce itself the way other parts of the ocean do. It lurks in the silence between Antarctica and South America, beyond the reach of most cargo routes or tourist paths. Here, the wind is constant, whispering over the grey surface like it's guarding something. The water is a cold slate color most days, and the sun, when it's there, never seems to warm anything. This is not a place of calm. The Scotia Sea is boxed in by the islands of South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands to the north and east, and the Antarctic Peninsula to the south. Oceanographers describe it as a sub-Antarctic basin, but that sterile term doesn't quite capture what it feels like to be here. It's as if the sea is suspended in a forgotten tension, too still in places, too violent in others. Below the surface, ancient volcanic ridges and deep oceanic trenches slice through the seabed like scars. Some say the Scotia Plate is one of the most geologically active microplates on Earth, yet it's still one of the least understood. Earthquakes occasionally rattle this underwater world, though few feel them. What we do see are the effects: muddy upwellings, disrupted currents, and strange readings on scientific sensors that seem to contradict what's known about the ocean's behavior. One of the most baffling phenomena in the Scotia Sea is the unexplained disappearance of acoustic signals. Submerged devices meant to map the seafloor or track migratory patterns of marine life have gone silent here, not once or twice, but again and again. In some cases, the signals return distorted, fragmented, like a broken whisper from deep below. In other instances, the equipment is later retrieved, seemingly unharmed, yet having recorded nothing at all during entire missions. Some researchers have speculated about anomalous magnetic interference, possibly due to volcanic activity or deep-sea vents. But others suspect there is something stranger at play, something that warps more than just signal data. And then there are the creatures, or rather, the absences of them. Despite its proximity to nutrient-rich Antarctic waters, certain regions of the Scotia Sea are oddly barren. Sonar pings in these areas return almost no echoes. Fish, krill, even plankton seem to avoid these pockets, as if something unseen pushes them away. Some explorers have referred to these gaps as dead corridors. The term isn't scientific, but the feeling it invokes is fitting. Diving vessels that pass through them often report strange fluctuations in pressure, brief static in communication systems, and feelings of disorientation, even among experienced crews. One particularly troubling account came from an unmanned submersible sent by a British research team in 2011. As it descended past 2,000 meters near the South Orkney Plateau, its onboard cameras caught something unexpected: an enormous slow-moving shadow that seemed to glide just beyond the visible range. The footage wasn't clear enough to identify anything specific. No eyes, no limbs, no distinguishing features. Just movement, large, deliberate movement. The sub's depth sensors also recorded a sudden dip in pressure, as if something massive had displaced the surrounding water. The researchers, wary of hysteria, never released the footage to the public. But whispers of it persist among the oceanographic community. Even the weather above this sea follows no predictable rhythm. Winds change direction rapidly, storms build quickly without the usual warning signs, and vanish just as fast. Pilots flying low altitudes in research aircraft have described bizarre turbulence that doesn't match meteorological models. Some even report sudden cloud walls forming and dissipating like mirages, thick enough to block instruments, yet gone moments later, as if the Scotia Sea itself plays tricks with perception. Perhaps most unsettling of all are the old logs, century-old journal entries from whalers and early explorers that speak of grey nights with no sky and stars that flicker but never move. They describe compass needles spinning without cause and the sound of what one sailor called a wind from underneath the water. These weren't isolated anecdotes, different voyages, different ships, decades apart. But they echo the same strangeness. A sense of being watched, a sense of being inside something. Modern science has done little to debunk these older accounts. In fact, in trying to map the Scotia Arc, geologists have discovered strange anomalies in the plate's movement. Some shifts don't follow the known patterns of tectonic behavior. One theory suggests the presence of a partially detached subduction zone, an ancient buried trench that might still be dragging cold, dense crust into the mantle. If true, it could explain the seismic activity and perhaps even the distortion of magnetic fields. But it wouldn't explain everything. Not the vanishing signals. Not the moments of silence that feel too heavy. Not the corridors of lifeless water. The Scotia Sea remains a place where theories dissolve into shadows and where explorers often leave with more questions than answers. A place where the sea is not just cold and remote, but unsettled, as if it remembers something we do not, and perhaps doesn't want us to remember either, and so ships pass quickly through its heart, rarely lingering. The data collected here is often incomplete, inconclusive, or simply strange. It is a gap on the map that resists being filled. A sea that shrinks from observation. Whatever lives in the Scotia Sea, be it geological, biological, or something else entirely, seems content to remain hidden. And maybe that's the point. Not everything in the ocean was meant to be found. Some places are forbidden not by decree, but by nature itself. And the Scotia Sea, cold and restless, may be one of them.
Part 34. The rift beneath the Kermadec Trench, far from the coastlines of noise and light, where the land gives way to the deepest dark, the Kermadec Trench lies like a scar across the seafloor. North of New Zealand, slicing downward into the Pacific Plate, this trench is one of the least explored abysses on Earth. It runs for more than 1,000 kilometers, reaching depths over 10,000 meters, nearly as deep as the Mariana, but far more isolated, surrounded by volcanic arcs and fault lines that groan with ancient stress. But even in a region known for its depth, there's one area along the trench that few dare to chart, a narrow rift that appears on sonar like a tear in the seabed itself. Not just a crack, but a break in the very structure of the crust, as if some force pulled the ocean floor apart and left it to bleed darkness. Researchers call it the axial rift zone, though unofficial names swirl in hushed academic circles. The black mouth, the silent gate, the place where currents die. Initial scans from autonomous submersibles revealed anomalies that defied classification. Instead of a smooth V-shape like most trenches, the axial rift falls off in broken terraces, each step jagged and uneven, like crumbling stairs descending into shadow. The deepest part, shrouded in sediment and untraceable pressure gradients, gives no clear readings. It doesn't echo back sonar the way it should. It swallows sound, utterly. The first expedition to try a descent into the rift took place in 2007. A Japanese research vessel, equipped with an advanced remotely operated vehicle named Himiko, sent the submersible down toward the trench's base. At around 9,800 meters, something changed. Instruments on the surface began receiving erratic pressure readings, and Himiko's camera feed started to blur, not from static, but from something else. The image bent, as if refracted through invisible waves. Water, yes, but not moving in any normal way. The shapes were soft, unnatural, almost like shadows were moving across the lens, even though the lights showed nothing. Then, for 22 seconds, the feed cut entirely. When it returned, the submersible had drifted laterally, nearly 200 meters off course. Its navigation logs showed no propulsion, no external force. It had simply shifted, as if space itself had pulled it sideways. Himiko was recovered without damage, but the footage, what little was usable, was immediately locked down by the vessel's sponsoring agency. No public explanation followed. The only clue came later, when one of the engineers, speaking off record, mentioned one phrase: "It felt like falling into something that didn't want to end." Since then, few have returned to the axial rift, not because it's inaccessible, but because it's silent. The kind of silence that unsettles you, not from lack of sound, but from the sense that there should be sound, and it's being stolen. Divers have spoken of hearing their own breathing differently in nearby waters, as if the density of the sea itself changes when you get close. The ocean presses tighter, echoes don't bounce, even whales seem to avoid it. Migration paths curve around it in a pattern far too consistent to be random. Marine biologists attempting to sample near the trench reported catching almost nothing. The few organisms retrieved were strangely pale, even for deep-sea life, and their internal structures showed signs of developmental anomalies, disjointed nerve clusters, translucent bones, even aberrant motion. One creature, a type of amphipod, moved with a slow looping rhythm, unresponsive to light or vibration. It simply floated. It gave the impression of something born in silence and shaped by it. Speculative theories have emerged in obscure scientific papers and declassified naval notes. One suggests that the rift marks a geologically fractured node, a place where Earth's magnetic fields may cross in unpredictable patterns. Another posits that it might be an opening to a previously unknown fault zone, one that shifts horizontally in micro-jolts too fine to measure by traditional seismometers, but strong enough to distort space in subtle, unsettling ways. Yet some theories go deeper, stranger. One proposed anonymously in an old forum post later deleted, spoke of the rift as a threshold, a pressure gate where the laws of deep-sea physics begin to break down. The user claimed to be a technician on one of the early expeditions. Their final message was cryptic. It doesn't feel like a hole, it feels like a mouth, like something waiting to breathe in. There is no official ban on exploring the rift, but none of the region's marine programs fund descents anymore. Ships pass overhead quickly, and acoustic buoys are placed further away than usual. Even fishing fleets that operate near Tonga and the Kermadec Ridge stay clear, saying little more than, the lines don't pull right there. Somewhere below that dark seam in the trench, perhaps deeper than we can ever reach, something waits. Not in the sense of a creature or a monster, but something more abstract. A pressure, a stillness, a place that was never meant to be entered, only skirted. The axial rift sits silently beneath thousands of feet of crushing water, unreadable, untouchable. It is not the deepest place on Earth, but it may be the most unknowable, and that's what makes it sacred in a way, sacred and forbidden. Because the ocean does not always hide things with force, sometimes it simply waits, knowing we'll look away. And in this place where sound is eaten, light is blurred, and currents die, that waiting becomes a warning. One we cannot explain, one we dare not ignore. Part 35, the murmur zone beneath the Yucatan Shelf. There are places in the sea where silence reigns, and there are places where sound itself seems to gather, layered, shifting, like a memory that keeps echoing long after the voice is gone. Just off the Yucatan Peninsula, beneath the broad limestone shelf that juts into the Gulf of Mexico, there lies such a place. A zone of uncanny pressure and inexplicable acoustics, where the ocean doesn't just roar or whisper, it murmurs, constantly, softly, endlessly. It's called the murmur zone by a handful of researchers who studied the site during sonar mapping surveys of the region's karst topography. The limestone under the Gulf is riddled with caves, underground rivers, and sinkholes that formed during the last ice age, when sea levels were far lower. When the glaciers melted and the seas rose, they swallowed this complex web of tunnels, collapsing some, flooding others, and leaving behind a labyrinth of drowned chambers that twist beneath the modern seabed like veins beneath pale skin. The murmur zone sits at the convergence of several of these chambers, about 80 kilometers offshore and 200 meters down, not particularly deep compared to oceanic trenches, but deep enough to remain outside the reach of divers and daylight. It first drew attention during a routine geological scan, when audio sensors detected a low rhythmic pulse, something too structured to be current noise, too consistent to be marine life. A sound repeating every 47 seconds. Not a machine, not organic, just present. When a second survey confirmed the anomaly, a small expedition was sent to investigate. What they found was a long, gentle depression in the seabed, like a finger had pressed into the ocean floor, leaving behind an impression. At the center of this depression was a hole, not a sinkhole, not a vent, just a clean circular gap in the rock, 2 meters across, leading into darkness. Cameras dropped into it revealed only blackness at first, then strange textures, a flicker of movement, not life, but motion, as if the walls of the shaft were breathing, or pulsing, in time with the murmur. The audio, when played back on the surface, made technicians visibly uncomfortable. It was not a frightening sound, exactly. It was quiet, almost peaceful, but there was something about its rhythm that felt too intentional, too close. It didn't echo like other underwater recordings. It felt near somehow, as if the sound were not traveling to the ear, but emerging from inside it. More disturbing still, equipment began to behave strangely while positioned above the hull. Compass readings drifted. Internal clocks slowed down by a few milliseconds per hour. One submersible reported pressure inconsistencies that didn't match surrounding depths, as if the water above the shaft had a density of its own, a localized, invisible bubble of altered weight. One operator described the sensation of the vehicle being watched from below, even though there were no signs of marine life. When a deep-sea drone was sent down into the shaft for further exploration, it reached a depth of 35 meters before signal degradation became severe. Just before it lost contact, the camera picked up a glimpse of the tunnel curving, not down, but sideways, into a hollowed chamber with stone-like formations lining the walls in near-perfect rings. Like the inside of a conch shell, or the ridged edge of an ancient petrified coral. And on the floor of that chamber, partially obscured by silt, something gleamed. A metal object, barely visible. Smooth, angular, unusual for this part of the world. The feed cut out seconds later. Attempts to retrieve the drone failed. Its tether had gone slack, as if the current had severed it, yet the water in the shaft was still. When another team returned weeks later, the hole was gone. Not collapsed, not caved in. Gone. The depression in the seabed remained, but where the shaft had once yawned, there was now only smooth limestone, fused shut without fracture, without scar. The murmur had stopped. Since then, the sound has returned 3 times, always faint, always short-lived, and always from a slightly different position along the shelf. It moves, or perhaps the shelf moves around it. Some theorize it's a natural resonance created by tidal pressure in the submerged cave systems, vibrating in just the right way. Others suggest methane pockets or gas-induced sonar illusions. But a small number of researchers, those who've heard the raw audio in person, suspect something stranger. The human brain is attuned to patterns. It craves rhythm, repetition, meaning, and the murmur plays on that instinct. It sounds almost like speech, not in any language, but in a breath, a whisper, a message trying to be born. One retired marine geologist, who had studied the site for more than a decade, made an offhand comment during a podcast appearance, which was later scrubbed from the archive. He said, "There are things down there that think in pressure, not time, not hunger, just presence. The murmur is them remembering that we came." No official agency monitors the murmur zone anymore. It's marked as a low-risk anomaly on navigation charts, with vague references to unstable terrain. But the fishing boats that operate near Campeche Bay steer clear, whispering tales of strange catches, of radios that hiss softly, even when turned off, of dreams that come too vividly after a night on those waters, dreams that hum in sync with something ancient, just beneath the surface. Whether it's a trick of stone and sea, or a true unknown, the murmur zone remains one of the most elusive mysteries of the Gulf. It doesn't shout its secrets, it doesn't demand attention, it simply waits, murmuring, as if humming a song only the ocean knows, as if hoping, patiently, that one day, someone will hum back. Part 36. The phantom grid of the Tasman Sea south of New Caledonia. Where the Tasman Sea stretches wide and remote between the eastern coast of Australia and the jagged islands of New Zealand, there lies a peculiar region often ignored by maritime maps. This isn't because it's uncharted, but because what is charted there has made too many question whether it was ever real to begin with. The locals call it the Phantom Grid, a place where satellite images once revealed a perfectly geometric network beneath the waves, a massive underwater grid, larger than some countries, etched into the seabed as if designed by colossal hands. It began with an unassuming Google Earth anomaly in the late 2000s. Users browsing the ocean floor noticed something strange: lines, not natural-looking tectonic lines or plate fractures, but straight lines, intersecting, running parallel, forming squares, rectangles, even what looked like avenues and cul-de-sacs. A sunken city, that was the first leap. The internet exploded with theories: Atlantis, Mabul, Lemuria, lost alien bases, an underwater base used during World War II. But almost immediately, official statements were issued claiming the lines were nothing more than data artifacts, glitches in sonar mapping caused by overlapping survey paths. Case closed. And yet, it wasn't. Deep-sea researchers who visited the region, either independently or under the flag of quiet research institutions, reported subtle oddities. Sonar equipment experienced ghosting, phantom returns that suggested terrain which wasn't physically present. The grid would appear in certain scans, then vanish in others. Currents shifted unusually in the area, forming gentle spirals that couldn't be explained by wind patterns or seabed slope. Most disturbing of all, communication signals between research vessels and satellites sometimes suffered brief, sharp interruptions, something that rarely occurs over such open waters. A New Zealand deep-sea team, curious despite the mainstream dismissal, sent a submersible drone to investigate the depth coordinates most associated with the grid. What they found was a seabed far more structured than it should have been. No visible buildings, no ruins, but sediment ridges arranged in unnaturally linear formations, cliffs that formed perfect right angles, and long depressions in the ocean floor that matched the sonar lines, as if the ground itself had once held a shape, then been buried by eons of silt and sea change. The most puzzling discovery came in the form of magnetic echoes. As the drone scanned the terrain, it detected what one researcher called phantom interference, not actual magnetic fields, but after images of them. Like a memory burned into the Earth's electromagnetic skin, shapes, corners, junctions, as if something had once been powered there, something vast, and now only the shadow of its presence remained. Skeptics argued these readings could be the result of undersea cables, or even naturally aligned mineral formations, but the patterning was too precise, the intervals too consistent, and most bizarrely, the grid was not entirely static. Over the years, its coordinates shifted by small margins, sometimes by as much as a kilometer, as if the entire grid were slowly drifting or reorienting itself beneath the sea. Some suggest the grid is a relic of an ancient civilization, long erased by tectonic upheaval. Others say it's the foundation of a failed human experiment, perhaps a Cold War-era underwater city, decommissioned and covered up. A few even whisper that it's alive, that the grid is not a remnant of something built, but something grown. A pattern formed by a life form so vast, so slow-moving, and so alien in nature that we cannot recognize it as life. One chilling account came from a sailor aboard a New Zealand freight ship that unknowingly drifted across the region in 2014. During the 2 days the vessel spent over the grid zone, the crew reported electrical oddities, light bulbs glowing faintly even when unplugged, and radios picking up strange rhythmic static that pulsed like breathing. One crew member, an older engineer, claimed he woke in the night with a vivid dream of being beneath the ocean, walking along endless corridors made of black coral, lit by a soft blue glow that came from nowhere. The dream ended when he turned a corner and saw himself standing at the end of the hall. Within a year, the grid vanished from most satellite views. If you search for it now, you'll find only deep blue and a featureless seabed. Google Earth updated its data. The glitch was patched. The discussion was buried. But the area remains under quiet observation. Certain oceanographic vessels are still sent there, under vague designations like seabed sediment analysis or current velocity sampling. None return with public data. None release sonar imagery. The region remains calm, quiet, and for now, unclaimed. The phantom grid continues to stir imaginations because it violates our understanding of what should be. The ocean is a realm of curves and chaos, of shifting dunes and sprawling reefs. Not squares, not grids, not straight lines etched across kilometers of untouched seabed. When geometry appears in the wilderness, something intelligent is usually behind it. And if that intelligence once lived beneath the Tasman Sea, the question is no longer where it went, but whether it ever truly left.